awful at the same time. I love what they did with Val Kilmer and his character in Maverick.
Yes.
Which is a wonderful way to have him participate.
Get your tickets at wingslax.com. So we're going to start. We were talking about the Hills, Heidi Montag and Spencer Pratt yesterday. Well, they've opened up to Good Morning America about the Palisades fire and how it's left them devastated. She began to sob while remembering when they evacuated that their house would end up completely burning down. She said, Spencer was like, grab anything you want to keep. And I was like, how do you choose? And my brain stopped working because I was so overwhelmed with so many things that you can't replace. And she also revealed their house and possessions lost in the fire were not insured. No. She said, we were house poor, as they call it. We have a house and everything else is a hustle, is a grind. And she said, we're definitely counting every dollar that we make. And Pratt had asked the internet, we talked about this yesterday, for help by streaming Montag's 2010 album Superficial, and it has skyrocketed to #1 on iTunes. The Laguna Beach star shared her gratitude in her Instagram story, thanking everyone for rallying behind us. She said in this devastating time, they had to evacuate with their 2 sons, by the way. So it's all gone. The insurance is not going to cover it, so they got to start from square one, which, listen, there's a lot of people that are going to be in that same boat as well.
Absolutely.
Terrible. Speaking of the fire, Jay Leno, he's one of the people stepping up for his community. Amid the fires, the former late night host has been driving to relief sites in his own fire truck to feed the first responders.
You knew he had to have a fire truck, right?
On Monday, he spoke with CNN's Anderson Cooper in an impromptu interview about the disaster relief he's providing and those working around the clock. He told Anderson that he drove a 1941 American LaFrance fire truck to lend a hand and teased, it's good to have your own fire truck when you live in L.A. But he said, we're cooking for the crew. We've got a big barbecue going on. They're all getting boxed lunches, so we figured let's get some hot food to them. He also volunteered at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, revealing to Cooper that he will also visit other locations over the next week.
He's a good dude, man. He's had a lot of stuff happen to him recently as his wife is battling severe dementia.
Yes.
And so he's got all that going on. But yeah, he is a good guy.
He said,
good guy.
He said, I try to look on the bright side of things. Last time I remember was 9/11, the sense of community for 3 or 4 days. Everybody put aside their political beliefs. It's happening here today. It's an entire city wiped out, Pacific Palisades. It doesn't exist and probably won't exist for the next 4 or 5 years, and I don't know how you rebuild from this.
Well, 4 or 5 years seems quick.
He said, giving a nod to the city of Los Angeles, but we all get through it, and we always do.
Yeah, I'd like to see what's going on with Maui, because it had a similar fire.
Yeah, and how the rebuilding is happening.
How the rebuild's going there. That'd be a way to meter it.
And what has that been, like 2 years since that?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range? Yeah. Leonardo DiCaprio is also doing his part to help, and he has announced on his Instagram stories that he's donating $1 million towards relief efforts. He said, the Los Angeles wildfires are devastating our city. I'm committing $1 million in partnership with Rewild's Rapid Response Program to support both urgent needs and post-fire recovery efforts. He is the latest celeb to step up as well, like Jay Leno, but Jamie Lee Curtis, Jennifer Garner, Jessica Alba, Halle Berry, and more have volunteered to help the first responders and families in the situation.
So yesterday I heard that the affected area is now the size of 5 Manhattans.
Yeah.
I mean, that is astonishing.
And then the comparison to Lahaina is an apt one, except that Lahaina is so much smaller.
Yes.
And what the Palisades is going through, what Altadena is going through, they're just bigger communities. And if you live and work in either of those communities, not only do you not have a home, you also don't have a job. You don't have a place to go to the doctor's office. You don't have a place to get your groceries. So it's just, Kathy, I think your point is a good one. It's going to take years and years and years to rebuild.
Also, there was so much there.
Yeah, it was, and that's another thing they have to rethink about, how densely they're jamming houses into those areas. B, what kind of migration is going to take place? What's going to be the new town or the new area?
Right.
I mean, you're never going to find people who don't want to live right near the ocean like that. Yeah. So it's always going to be popular. It's how they reapproach it.
I need to find out the history of this because my sister lived in L.A. in the early 1990s, and I told she hasn't been watching the news, and I was like, "Did you see the fire?" She said, "No," and I said, "It's Pacific Palisades." And she goes, again.
Yeah.
So she lived there. So she's like, that place was always catching on fire. So I don't know what the history of it goes back to, the 80s, 90s, that particular region.
Yeah.
But I mean, just there in general, there's always a fire warning of sorts.
I remember when we lived in Thousand Oaks, California, which was, now it's become much more sprawling, but it was an up-and-coming suburban area. And I remember them doing fire mitigation out there. And at that time, now this is 200 years ago, but yeah.
But it's one of the dangers of living in that area, unfortunately. All right, on to some other things. Just days after saying that she was manifesting a romantic partner in the new year, could it be happening for Sofia Vergara? The actress was seen on what might have been a lunch date with Formula One driver Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, a racer again.
In New York City on Tuesday. The two were accompanied by some of Hamilton's friends, but reports were Vergara was pretty focused on Hamilton at the luncheon. Other reports, however, suggest that the outing was merely a casual lunch with a big group of friends in a group setting and by no means a date. But they were together. Who knows? We'll see, and we will follow that for you. There was a round on the future King of England, Prince William. An avid fan of the Aston Villa Football Club got together with other followers of the team at a pub after a long day of doing royal-type stuff, and the Prince was in Birmingham for its inaugural emergency and critical care conference, where he was announced as the new patron of the College of Paramedics. And after that drudgery, it was time to lift a pint with the boys, and Williams organized a meetup of Aston Villa fans at Weatherspoons, buying a round of drinks prior to the team's game later that evening.
Did you hear what happened?
No.
They called one spectator a dumb C.
Oh, you can't do that, man.
Yeah.
The Prince reportedly downed a pint of Bulmer's cider before getting on a train back to London.
I'm a Bowman's man.
All right, so fool me once, shame on me. And that seems to be the mood among Sydney Sweeney fans, as she was seen hitting up a Broadway play with her housemaid co-star Brandon Sklenner. And it wasn't that long ago that Sweeney sparked romance rumors with her Anyone But You co-star Glenn Powell, only for Powell to admit that they milked the rumor mill to further promote the film, and we're wondering if she's doing it again. To remind the more naive followers, Sklenar has been dating personal trainer Courtney Salavillo for years, and Sweeney has been in a relationship with businessman Jonathan Davino since 2018, with the two announcing their engagement in 2022.
Completely believe this. You remember when we were coming to WMMR, you and I purposefully had a whole bunch of public PDA.
Yep, exactly.
And it was all to drum up attention.
It worked.
Yeah, it did work.
Look at us now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, though, but I just can't get away from her character in White Lotus. I just don't like her because she was so mean. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? And she's a good actress.
She's really good. I like her.
Her brother was so sweet, and she was just so mean to him, and she made him sleep in the closet.
And you know what? So much so that I didn't even find her attractive in the slightest bit
so
in that
funny.
show. I was just like, you little. Oh,
Well, look who
you
some
ugly.
Look who some of her co-stars were.
There's Alexandra Daddario
Yeah.
was in it and everything. So I had other things to
look at.
Yeah, but
I need to see her in something else because I haven't seen her in anything else. Whatever else she's
The
done.
rom-com she did, you'll think she's very sweet.
Okay,
with
what
Glenn
did-
Powell.
with Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
It was
You
it
just said it.
I just said it.
had to be you. Oh, it's
Let
you.
me back up a little
Singing
bit.
in the rain.
Dumb and Dumber.
Anyone but you.
Top Gun Maverick.
All right. That's my assignment over the next
Watch
week or
it.
so to
It's-
watch that.
It's cute. It's not a great movie, but it's cute, and I like the fact that she's throwing herself into all sorts of different roles.
Casey, did you watch any of Euphoria?
Maybe like an episode or two.
Okay, yeah, she's in that, and that might change your mind on her.
Oh, yeah?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's just some near porn sex scenes in Euphoria,
Really?
and it's just
Really?
yeah.
Relax.
Kathy, don't worry about it. We're not on it.
I caught myself saying it that way.
I know.
Really?
Well, listen, it's my fault. I started it.
Really?
Kathy, really?
Say that again.
I was thinking the other day when we had somebody on the show who, I forget what we were talking about, but he called in and he was talking about not even thinking about sex with someone else or whatever. And before we hung up with him, you just went, okay, good luck not thinking about sex.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True. All right. Yeah. It was somebody saying how, it's a sin to even think.
Yeah, like in the commandments, you don't.
Good luck with
You're
not
like,
thinking
good luck
about
without
that.
thinking about it.
So Renee Zellweger opened up about her 6-year acting hiatus in a new interview with British Vogue, sharing the break was highly needed. And she said, I was sick of the sound of my own voice. When I was working, I was like, oh gosh, listen to you. Are you sad again, Renee? Is this your mad voice?
Don't tell Renee.
During the break, she paused and pursued new hobbies like writing music, studying international law, rescuing dogs, and creating a production company while prioritizing family and personal health.
Some pretty big-ass hobbies.
She described the hiatus as an opportunity to find anonymity and reconnect with people on a human level, noting you cannot be a good storyteller if you don't have life experiences.
It's true.
She took a break from acting in 2010 after filming the movie My Own Love Song, and then she returned to acting in 2016 with the movie Bridget Jones's Baby, of course, playing the famous character Bridget Jones. All right, listen up, folks. In our area, this is a casting call. Steven Spielberg is filming an upcoming UFO movie in New Jersey, and the film stars Emily Blunt, and they are in need of Jersey people for background actors. Grant Wilfley Casting says the production is holding an open casting call for Cape May locals to play train passengers and car drivers.
This is the second time, wasn't the Timothy Chalamet
A complete
set
unknown.
was in Cape May.
And they had a big casting call for that, too.
Well, that seems to be the place to be these days.
I
But this is
love...
Cape May County.
What's that?
It's Cape May County, not Cape May, the town.
What is?
What you were saying, where they're going to be filming.
It just says Cape May locals.
Oh, Cape May. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
I apologize.
So the filming will take place in March. But yeah, I love the fact that this some spotlight is putting on this place that I love.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really cool.
Do we have any idea whether or not this is a like a Close Encounters vibe, or is it more comedic?
No.
Okay.
It like the title is even tentative. It's tentatively titled The Dish.
Okay.
And I know that a few names that are associated with it. So Josh O'Connor, Coleman Domingo, Colin Firth, and Eve Hewson, who, by the way, Kathy, that's Bono's daughter.
Yeah.
And in The Perfect Couple, that show with
Yes.
Nicole Kidman.
Who is she?
She's the main.
The girl.
The girl.
The wife. Okay.
Yes, exactly. That's Bono's daughter. And she's going to be in this movie.
By the way, in A Complete Unknown, it's not just like a flash and you see Cape May. It's featured prominently and you see Congress Hall quite a bit.
Oh, cool.
And the hotel that's across the street from Congress Hall. It's all featured as it's supposed to be the Newport Folk Festival.
That's the Victorian, the one across my friend's family owns that hotel, and they used a lot of that when they were there filming.
It's in it a lot, and they spend a lot of time there. And it's really cool to have grown up going to Cape May as much as I have it, and then see it featured really prominently in the movie.
Well, if you think about the possible symmetry, the alien that they discover could be Bob Dylan, Preston.
Very well so. We don't understand him.
We don't either.
He's all shriveled.
Universal Pictures and Spielberg's Amblin are producing the film, and it's penned by Jurassic Park, War of the Worlds, and Indiana Jones Dial of Destiny screenwriter David Koepp. The movie has been pegged for a May 15th, 2026 release.
Wow.
Spielberg spent some of his youngest years as a child living in New Jersey with his family, by the way. So here are the details for the casting call. The Spielberg production, codename Non-View, needs extras to play car drivers, train station passengers, and applicants must be at least 18, no previous acting experience necessary. Filming will tentatively take place Monday, March 10th through Friday, March 14th in Cape May. The base pay rate is $216 per day, which is 8 hours, and car allowance is $37.50. To be considered for the film, you can send Grant Wilfley Casting an email and use the subject line Non-View Cape May Locals and include the information of your name, pronouns, phone number, whether or not you're a SAG-AFTRA member, what date you're available during the filming, whether or not you have visible tattoos, and whether or not you're local to Cape May. Include current non-professional photos of yourself, both close-up and full body. If you own a car that you can use in the film, also send the color, year, make, and model and photo of the car.
This is a comprehensive search, man.
We should post this on our website.
Yeah,
Okay.
we should.
Yeah.
And we should all sign up for it.
Yeah, it's during the week.
We'll sneak our equipment on.
What if we all get hired?
Yeah.
We could do our show somewhere in Cape May.
Yes.
Every morning. And then when we're off the show, then we go to work on our movie career.
Mr. Spielberg's calling for you. you. Yeah, we'll be right there.
It's a week of our spring training trip.
All right.
Let's cancel the spring
All
training
right,
trip.
let's do it.
All right. So the Substance star, Margaret Qualley, has revealed on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast that her face broke out in pimples so badly from the prosthetics used in it that it took a year for her
Oh
to
my
heal, for her
gosh.
face to heal.
And that's not like, you'll probably laugh at me, but like, that's no joke because they can leave like scars and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, and that's their moneymaker.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. If you see the movie, she wears this prosthetic thing at the end. Did you see it?
No.
Okay. I mean, she is completely wrapped up in this friggin' thing.
So she stars in the critically acclaimed satire film as a younger version of Demi Moore's character who begins experiencing unwanted side effects from a black market drug to de-age her. She emphasized that her face was so damaged they couldn't shoot her natural face at the end of production anymore. She said, at the end, when they're shooting up my skirt in the beginning credits, that's because my face was so effed up. But she looked on the bright side as her acne carried over into her filming schedule of Kinds of Kindness, where one of her 4 characters featured blemishes on her skin, revealing that was just my acne from the prosthetics that I had from the movie before.
So these pictures we have up on the screen give you an idea of what she starts as and what she ends as.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's after 35 years since Gremlins 2, the new batch, a new live-action Gremlins movie might finally be in the works. The upcoming film is being looked at by Warner Brothers.
So the question is, would they go mechanical, real effects, or will they go CGI for the Gremlins?
Yeah, maybe both.
Yeah.
To be potentially written by original Gremlins writer Christopher Columbus as well. The potential movie is apparently by a broader effort from Warner Brothers to reinvigorate their franchises. Other franchises that the studio is apparently looking to get up and running include The Goonies, The Matrix, and The Lord of the Rings, and more.
So Adam Goldberg from the Goldbergs had reportedly been working on that Goonies movie.
Yeah.
And it's been for a while now.
Yeah, I wonder what the status of that is now. We haven't talked to him in it.
Were you a fan of the Gremlins movies?
I thought they were pretty good.
I thought they were pretty good as well.
Some people loved them,
Yeah.
but I just thought they were okay. And I was around,
Yeah.
I was a teenager in the height of that, and I didn't really, go gaga over
No,
it. But
neither was I.
However, this, Steve, and I know that you have seen the trailer, the first trailer for Daredevil's return to the MCU. Daredevil Born Again. It's out. The series once again stars Charlie Cox as Matt Murdock Daredevil, while Vincent D'Onofrio will return as Wilson Fisk Kingpin. For those unfamiliar with Daredevil's story, Murdock is a blind lawyer and former vigilante with heightened abilities, while mob boss Wilson Fisk is now mayor of New York, and the former foes once again find themselves on a collision course.
How's he not dead?
Who?
Fisk.
Well,
He gets blown up, does he not?
comic books.
Okay.
But listen, this seems far more in line with the Netflix version of Daredevil, which I freaking loved. Even the stuff that was not the best of that run of those Netflix Marvel series was still very good.
I never finished season 2 of Punisher.
I did.
Is it worth it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
all right,
good.
all right.
I mean, and Charlie Cox as Daredevil and William D'Onofrio as Kingpin as Fisk. Terrific. And they're terrific
watched
together.
the first season of Daredevil and enjoyed it, and for whatever reason did not pick up the second. How many were there? Just 2 seasons?
3.
There were 3.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's too much for me to go back.
3
and
of
watch.
those, and then, with the Punisher and
And then you
Jessica
gotta
Jones, and then Iron Fist. And
have to watch all those?
Luke Cage, they're all...
Well,
it's
they
all-
do intertwine, and then there's the Defenders.
Yeah.
So they all meet together. They're basic Avengers. I'll tell you this. It's friggin' worth it. It's some of the best TV I've ever seen. So, and what this trailer looks like for this version, they had to go back and reshoot 3/4 of the series. Kevin Feige went to them and said, no, this isn't going to work as it is.
Really?
In fact, I guess he laid down the law and said, go more Netflix.
It's super violent.
Yeah.
I mean, the trailer's really bloody. There's broken bones all over the place. And John Bernthal shows up in it.
Yeah, the Punisher.
The Punisher. And Michael Gandolfini is in it as well. I think it looks really damn good.
So I wonder if I could just watch this.
Yes, I think
season
you can. Yeah.
alone.
If you've seen, the basic characters. Then you
Yeah.
watch the first season, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to go back and see everything in
If
order to
anyone
enjoy
puts up a
this.
stink, tell them I said you could do it.
Okay. All right. I will do that. Let's see. One more quick thing, and I thought this was kind of fun. Ben Stiller still struggles to wrap his head around why he was such a beloved comedy movie star in the late 90s and 2000s. The actor, producer, director who reached a new level of success thanks to comedic roles in movies like Something About Mary, Meet the Parents, Tropic Thunder, Zoolander, among others, recently looked back on that time in his career during a conversation with the New York Times podcast. And he also recalled that not everyone was his biggest fan. He said, I remember opening up the LA Times, and there was this writer who wrote a letter, and it said, "Dear God, stop putting Ben Stiller in comedies." And I was just like, I don't know. I'm here, and I love doing what I do. Overall, Stiller is thankful that he was able to be a part of that chapter in movie history, adding, "It's only in retrospect that I can go, wow, there was a thing happening that I was fortunate to be a part of, but I don't know what the zeitgeist was. You can look at 2000s comedies, and they were a specific kind of thing, a tone, and there were a lot of great things in those comedies that we don't have now, and I don't know if you could recreate that."
I completely tied into that tone. I found him very funny in a lot of stuff. I just watched Something About Mary again. And, I mean, he plays, listen, I guess a case could be made that he's often in one lane.
Right.
But he does that lane very, very well.
Yeah.
And you heard the news. Did you have the other part of the story here, Preston?
No, this is just an interview talking about his career.
He's reprising his character from Happy Gilmore.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
He's going to be in that movie.
Yeah,
in fact, there's already some screenshots of him with the mustache and the whole thing.
I love that character.
Oh, my God.
It's insane.
He for those who haven't seen Happy Gilmore, he works at a retirement home where Happy's mother is living now, and he is one of the aides there, and he's evil. He's horrible. He treats them horribly. And there's a scene where she is talking to Happy, and he is behind Happy's back, so he can't see him. And he's looking at the grandmother, and he puts the finger up to his mouth, and then he drags his finger across his neck like, "Shut up or I will kill you."
Oh my God.
It's horrible.
You just pulled landscaping duty.
Yeah.
Now your back's going to hurt.
Your hands hurt? Well, now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty. Just terrible. Well, after departing Saturday Night Live after just 4 episodes in 1989 because he felt he wasn't great at live performing, Stiller later garnered an audience with his MTV series. And Steve, I know you loved the Ben Stiller show. I did too.
Massive fan.
So much good stuff there. And he continued that momentum with a string of hit comedies. But I think we'll see a resurgence of Stiller and acting roles. I know he does stuff behind the scenes now, but I think he'll be one of those older guys that returns to
look at
doing it regularly.
Dodgeball, for Christ's sake.
Oh, my God.
I mean, maybe guess you can dismiss that stuff, but I think that's hilarious.
Well, and his dad did too.
Oh,
Yeah,
right?
Jerry
For
Stiller.
a
Jerry
long
Stiller.
time.
Yeah.
Legend.
Yeah.
All right, we are ready for clips. XO Kitty is a spinoff of the teenage romance series To All the Boys. And in this clip, Anna Cathcart, Cathcart Towers Hotel, revives her role as Kitty Covey, teases what the new season has in store. Here we go.
I think we're doing something that they're really going to be pleased with, and I really hope that's true. I think the cameos people are going to freak out about. There's some surprises that I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how people react to that.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
XO Kitty Season 2 premieres tonight, and that is on Netflix.
Gonna watch it.
What's that?
You guys gonna watch it?
Absolutely. XO Kitty.
all right.
Sign me up.
All right, so Unstoppable tells a true story of an athlete, Anthony Robles, defying expectations in college wrestling. And here, Anthony describes the inspiration in the film.
Viewers are going to take away just where my strength came from exactly. Just seeing that my mom was my hero, that during certain moments we leaned on each other to get us through the difficult times. And that's something that we can take in our own lives as well, right? We all need someone at a certain moment. Sometimes you have to have the courage to reach out and say, I need help, right? It's you wrestling at the end of the day, but you need that support around you. So people are going to see where my support came from, where that strength came from. And I believe it's going to inspire them to say, I can overcome my challenges.
Pow, 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 pow.
Kaboomba! And Nick, you pulled up William Goldenberg's IMDb. He was here in our studio, right? He was the director.
Promoting this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a longtime editor and directed this film.
Yeah, and it's about a guy who was born without legs.
Yes.
And goes into the world of wrestling and becomes a huge success. Unstoppable is streaming now on Prime Video. And that is what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. A lot of people stopping by our studio this morning, including our good friend, Mr. Michael Barkann. We'll talk Birds, we'll talk Sixers, and what's going on with the announcement of the stadium and all that stuff. And we'll just dive into some fun with him, as well as we have actor Taylor Misiak. She is stopping by, and her husband, Tony Yacenda, who's a director and writer and all this great stuff. They're going to be in the 8 o'clock hour, which is really cool. So, and her buddy Nick Murphy is stopping by too. So we have a lot to get to this morning. We're seeing daybreak now. No clouds as of yet. It's supposed to be a cloudy day, so soak in some sun while you have the chance to. We'll return in just a moment with some stuff for your drive in. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on.
Did you think about what you were talking about in the bathroom?
I did.
Okay. Casey and I had a conversation in the bathroom.
Did you?
He's like, I think I want to ask you something, but I don't know if I want to ask you on the air or not.
Was it about the Dunkaccino machine?
No, I think we're good on that.
We just shot a video, Marissa and I sort of had to explain why it literally looks like I threw a grenade into the machine.
I saw it. It's pretty nasty.
I ran into Anne in the kitchen, and she was like, I just saw the email that said it was all good to go. She goes, but what happened?
Anyway.
Is it all cleaned up, by the way? It's
I didn't do it. I tried. There were no paper towels. There was no.
Casey keeps a stash of paper towels if you ever need them.
Yes.
And they have them in the bathroom, too. So
Yeah.
I'm going to grab those. Hold on. Marissa has an update, I guess.
I don't know if it's cleaned up, but it is fixed.
Okay.
All right, excellent.
Matt Calper swung by. And
All right,
fixed it.
Oh, that was a fix.
Just call me Mr. Fix It.
I just thought you were just accentuating fixed, but that was a Matt
No
Calper.
reason to stress out.
Yeah. So anyway.
okay. So this is a judgment call for everybody here. All right. So
If we don't want to talk about this, we'll move on to something
We can
else.
move on.
We
All right.
decide
Move
this
on.
is not worth talking about.
Is it about food, pretzel-like food in Oregon?
it's not food.
He was wrestling with the idea of bringing it up or not. So
All right, go ahead.
So judgment call. So your spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend is asleep. They're napping, right? And you have a hankering to go to Rita's Water Ice,
Right.
And okay,
I know. Okay.
I know where you're going with this, too.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you?
Quick question: did this happen to you, and did it cause a problem?
This happened to me, and I got the double middle finger.
Okay,
Last
okay,
night
so-
when said spouse woke up.
I had a similar thing happen recently, so I can commiserate. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you wake your spouse up to see if they would like something from
As they
Rita's Water Ice?
as they are resting,
Yes.
as they are getting their much deserved sleep. Correct.
Yes.
Wow.
And you know this person.
I can
and
answer immediately when you're done.
You have woken said person up from a peaceful nap before, and it was never a good experience. So, so do you leave them
was a
asleep?
good experience.
Okay. So you have a couple options here. You leave them asleep,
Right.
And you don't get them anything from Rita's because, for some reason,
Do you touch their boobies?
for some reason, if you go to any other store, you know exactly what to get them, right? You know how they like their stuff. But for some reason, you don't know what their go-to order at Rita's is.
Wait, you didn't get her anything?
Hold
I
on.
didn't get
hold
her
on.
anything.
May I ask you? May I ask you a question?
Yes.
While this debate was going on, did something in the back of your mind go, "She'll never know"?
There might have been that.
That's exactly what it was. You thought that if you ate it quickly enough, the remnants of it would be gone, and she would be none the wiser.
No
But
fuss,
you
no
do
muss.
know her. You could take it. I'm sure you would have gotten something that she liked.
There was a good chance
Don't come home with nothing.
there was a good chance that said nap could have turned into a full night's sleep.
Or
You could put it in the freezer.
Diane doesn't like it when Casey spends money on frivolous things, and she would have gotten mad that he spent money on them.
No,
My wife,
no.
here's my situation. My wife will take 5-6 hour naps.
Yeah.
So I mean, she is, and I commend her for this.
Yes.
It happened over the weekend. It's the ice cream bakery on Ridge, and they have great soft ice cream. And so I'm getting a damn cone as I pass by. There was not the traditional 80-car line going in, and I'm like, I'm going for it. But I call an audible.
Yeah.
And I bought her something, and it was a home run. I kind of knew what she wanted.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do the gesture.
Yeah.
And that buys you. I gave it a shot.
Yeah, my wife just sent me a text. She goes, "You don't have to wake me up. Just buy me my favorite flavor." Now, I'm going to admit, I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Right.
Name a store, and I can tell you what she gets from that store.
I believe that.
For some reason, Rita's, I'm like, I don't know what your favorite flavor is there.
Rita's is a sweet spot thing too. I mean, like that's a very specific you're omitting somebody from you going there, right? So, and in my household, if I were to do that, that would be the end of the relationship. So I would, Casey, not wake her, though. Right. I would take an educated guess and try and bring something home.
Yes, of course.
I did not do that, and I made a mistake.
Wow.
The educated guess with the purchase will buy you the insurance
At least
you
you
need.
tried.
Yeah, you tried, yeah.
You didn't even try. Sorry, Marissa.
No, I'm going to throw out this option. Just buy multiple very small ones, even if it's just 2. Say I tried to take a guess, and then if one of those happens to be your favorite flavor, Casey, then you win in the end because you get to enjoy it as well.
And also, the gesture.
My story is much more selfish. The Big Top Surfing Sundays came by our house.
Oh yeah.
And Rochelle was taking a nap, and I'm like, I'll just zip out and get a thing, and she'll be asleep, and
She'll never know.
We'll never know. And by the way, ice cream, I don't think keeps as well.
Right. I
in a
was just gonna
freezer
say, yes.
as water ice might. So then maybe
Water
that's
ice
a little
definitely does
caveat.
not keep as well in the freezer. Not my
Well,
freezer.
you're right. If it stays in there too long, I don't like that frozen solid. Yeah,
It
I'm
becomes
not down
like
with
an
that.
ice cube.
Yes.
Consistency.
But in my mind, I was like, she'll never know. She'll never know. And then she knew. And then
And what happened?
She gave me the hard time. She's like, you went without me?
My freaking daughter dined me out, man. I was like, oh, dude. Yeah.
I do feel like
The bond of trust has been broken.
Right? And I paid
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
because you know why? Because she probably understood. No, she understood because, and I hate to be like that person, but like a lot of guys are the same when it comes to things like this. Like it's just common sense. Like, why would you have not picked your wife up something? Even if it went in the freezer, even if it became a block of ice, she would have been like, oh, okay, well, he helped me out. It's not great, and I'll go get my own tomorrow or something like that. But like,
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And my house is filled with people. And, I probably should ask my mom if she wanted something, and I didn't. Me
Why
and
don't
Avery
you just tell me?
me and Avery just snuck out. And
oh my God.
I did ask my older daughter. Casey said no, she didn't want anything.
She was like,
She's
no,
the
I'll
one
just
who
tell
dined you
mom.
out.
Yeah.
Hey, every now and then it's okay to do something for just you. All right, I'm gonna back you on this because I was thinking the same thing, man. If I got Rochelle, then I got to ask the kids, and then it's a whole big thing.
I don't have that.
Then I got to wait for these guys to all get their shoes on and come outside and get it. And by the time we get out there, it's gonna be a huge line.
Yes.
I could just zip in and zip right back out and get my little cone and eat it, and I'm a happy man.
May I suggest something though?
You probably shouldn't have had kids.
Right. the kids you can take off the list, but not the wife. You know what I'm saying?
No, you cannot take your kids off. If
Absolutely.
you are going out to
You're
get
trying
ice
to
cream,
teach them
a thing that a child would
don't
love.
eat that food. Eat vegetables.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go get ice cream, but you're gonna stay home, and I'm not gonna get any for you.
Well,
Exactly.
I got the double middle finger last night, okay?
That's pretty harsh.
Well,
it.
I mean, she's
Jokingly.
jokingly, but
right.
still there was intent, and so what I'm saying is,
Were your lips discolored from the Rita's water ice?
no,
That's how you got busted?
What are you talking about?
dude, I went,
Why are your lips blue?
I went with like flesh colored. I was like,
got
she'll
lemon?
never know. I got lemon.
Do you have any flesh-colored ices?
By the way, my new favorite flavor is they have a Florida orange. They didn't have Florida orange last night, but they did have an orange cream. So I went lemon on top, orange cream on the bottom.
You thought about that? You thought about your mouth being discolored?
No, it's just my favorite flavor. The lemon is
That would be the best. So he's got these big, bright purple lips.
What are you talking about? No, it's just really cold.
No, I just missed Prince.
Listen, if you're going to give me the double middle finger, then you have to make sure that you every time you get something somewhere, you either text me or surprise me with something,
here's
and
what I
that
did.
is never the case.
So I could have gotten the sundae that she likes, but I got the ribbon soft chocolate and vanilla ice cream, and I also you do things to buy yourself a little insurance.
Yeah.
I got her a quart of it so that she could.
I failed.
Yeah.
I failed. I definitely failed. Okay, I failed. What's your flavor? What's your favorite flavor? I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Did she ever tell you?
No, let's see if she.
You need to know now for
Well,
your.
this is actively happening right now.
Yeah, it's
okay, he's
all right.
checking his text messages.
It does not indicate. Now, what would I?
Do you guys all know do you know your roster of favorite menu items for your significant other?
I mean, give me a store and I'll tell you.
When it comes to
I
desserts,
know something that I could get that she'd like.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe not her favorite, but yeah.
Right.
Like if
no, just when it comes to desserts, I know my business. You know,
Okay,
like,
yeah, likewise.
that's important. And if I were to swing by an ice cream store and not get her something or a Rita's or whatever, I would know what to get. Yeah, like if I'm ordering takeout, it's more of a guessing game.
I'm actually, my ability to call an audible is quite sensational.
On desserts,
and now, mind you, I'm not dealing with kids. I'm dealing with one person I can focus in on.
Yeah.
So with everything. However, we'll do this thing, and I'll be going out to to get milk from the Wawa. So, do you want anything? And she'll look at me and she'll do this thing we do. She'll go, why don't you surprise me?
Oh.
And I always nail it.
Steve, I could get you dessert.
Yes, you know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if Steve was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take dessert," like I would know what to get him.
Right.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookies, brownies, dark
Chocolate
dark
ice cream.
chocolate.
Yes, there
No
you go.
whipped cream.
No whipped cream.
You can give me anything. I'll eat it.
Yeah, you're more of because you like to try
I
stuff.
like the sandwich.
But your favorite recent is the
Pistachio is my favorite.
That's now at
flavor
the
of
top
ice
of the
cream.
list.
Yeah.
In fact, I bought some pistachio gelati.
Yeah.
Gelato, I guess I should say. Last night.
Dessert-wise, you know what's become a little bit overrated is that chocolate lava cake.
Oh, but it's so
Has
good.
become
Why is it
I
overrated?
was
Overrated.
I was
Delicious.
just talking to my wife. I said, is there any situation in which chocolate lava cake is not applicable?
You seen the movie Chef?
Yeah.
When he wigs out on the chocolate lava cake.
What is it? What's he say? Because it's in the middle.
It's a chocolate ganache.
It's
frozen.
Yeah.
It's frozen, and you cook it, and that's how it becomes molten in the middle. He's just this critic doesn't understand how it's made, and he's just wigging out, and he's like, "There's more to it than you think." But yeah, chocolate lava.
A lot of places won't let you do take out chocolate
lava cake.
lava cake because it's not going to port well.
Yeah. Right. I can't turn away a bread pudding. If I'm out to dinner and that is on the dessert menu, I have to.
So the Desmond has, it's won Philly's best for their bread pudding, and it is sensational. I know a little bit of the secret of their bread pudding.
Oh,
hot dog rolls.
Hot dog rolls. You know what else? Those Hawaiian rolls.
Yes,
King's Hawaiian. Those ones are really good.
Yep.
And the best dessert I've had in the last couple of years is actually they have
any dessert you don't have to get for your wife.
That one.
All right, I have an actual Kardashian roundup.
Oh, okay.
I've got like 3 Kardashian stories here. So.
Think of it as one group flush.
Okay, Kardashian roundup. Here we go.
All right, we're going to round them up for you.
I'm Robert Mitchum, and this is Kardashian Roundup.
Kim shared an amazing throwback video featuring her, Khloe, and Kourtney auditioning for Star Search.
Oh, it was amazing.
Did you see it?
I did.
I've not seen it.
Okay, for what, spokesmodel?
They lip synced Tiffany's I Think We're Alone Now while wearing matching metallic outfits chosen by Kris Jenner.
Not much has changed because they're still pretending to have talent.
And they were little kids when they did this.
Okay.
She wrote on Instagram, our Star Search audition. Clearly, we didn't get 4 stars, but Kris Jenner did for our outfits. The family matriarch commented on the post and wrote, "Those were the days when I got to dress you guys. I knew I should have been a stylist."
I thought, seeing this video that we're watching, I thought that was Ed McMahon, but it was close.
A chance for you to get open to close lift ticket to Camelback Mountain for $40.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, 12 hours that you get this for $40. 39 trails, fully lit night skiing, and high-speed lifts at the largest ski resort in the Poconos. You can go to WMMR.com/deals to get the info.
And I handed you that information specifically because that deal is about to sell out. So once it sells out, it's gone.
Yeah, a lot of these are while supplies last. So
Yeah.
Hey, before we dive into anything, I have a shout out. And I'm doing this now as an example of something that I will not do. Okay.
Okay.
The reason being is because this person told me I listen between 7:17 and 7:30 a.m. Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to be nice.
Okay.
But you can't specify the times at which we're going to do these types of things because
You're
it's
lucky
just,
if he gets it on the right day.
I know it is, but she was really sweet. Her name is Ava, and her screen name is Artemis, which I thought was cute because it's a reference to Ready Player One, which is one of my all-time favorite books. Anyway, she writes, and also she requested a song, and we don't play requests. It's too hard to fit them in. But she said, I've been listening to your show for quite some time now, and every morning and every afternoon going and and coming from school. Tomorrow, January 16th, is my birthday. And I would love it if you could play a ghost song at any song at any length. And I usually listen from 7:17 to 7:30.
It's very precise.
But we're not playing music between 7:17
No.
and 7:30, so I'm not going to be able to do that. And she said it would be ideal if you would agree to play it during that time. Your devoted listener, Ava S.
Wow.
So I'm going to give her a shout out at
Yes.
least. And so
It's
there's
kind of like a ghost song.
and there you go. There's some ghost for you.
Yeah.
We're at least going to play that.
There you go.
And thank you for listening, Artemis. We do.
It's very sweet.
All right. So, but yeah, please, I'll do my best.
Pick the year you want it read in. That's your best
better.
bet. Yeah.
I can usually hit that.
Yeah,
there have been times when I've not.
You're spot on with that.
I mean, we all know Angorsky.
Angorsky.
I was a couple years late on
that was a paper falling down between two other papers.
Yes,
Yeah, that was physical error.
All right. It's time to put on our thinking caps, folks. We're headed to the Just Sayin Institute.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the Kathy Romano Non-Seasonal Activities Research Center.
By the way, we will have Kathy's bonus seasonal depression activities tomorrow morning.
Yes.
She's got a whole list of new activities for you.
She came to us and said, I'm getting bombarded with these. We have to let the general public know.
So the Just Sayin Institute has found a study. Space technology has now advanced to the point that they are using wood.
Wood?
An experimental satellite made of wood has now been deployed into orbit from the International Space Station to see how it holds up.
What about space termites?
Researchers will measure the response of Lignosat's magnolia wood body to the temperature swings and high radiation levels in orbit.
It's funny. There are probably some woods that would be.
Yeah. So
I figure balsa wood's very strong.
They've actually had theorized of using wood during the early space projects because, and I've seen that there's a great YouTube channel called Vintage Space that I follow, and it talks about the Apollo programs and the Mercury and Gemini programs and all that stuff, and I love that. I love that time of history. And for a while, they knew about the heat and the return to the atmosphere, and so they had initially thought about using as the heat shields made of wood.
Yeah,
it would burn off.
Be fine.
By the time they get through all the wood, it would discard it, and then they found
it's not working.
They found products that were better to use, but wood has been considered in a lot of space programs. So the satellite is going to circle the planet every 90 minutes, and during that time, it will be exposed to temperatures as high as 250 degrees Fahrenheit and as low as minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit every trip around the world. So the wood needs to be able to handle that fluctuation, that swing. According to researcher Takayo Doi, if we can prove our first wooden satellite works, we'd want to pitch it to SpaceX. So
he said it don't mean a thing if the wood can't handle the swing.
Right. It probably can. But if so, I would imagine that's going to save on cost as well, using wood as opposed to alloys and things like that. So,
it's funny that you just, it's something I never considered, but it's sort of an obvious.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
Huh. Soon, Tupperware in space?
That they sometimes will go back, and try retro.
You know how many, there's a ton of anime shows that have basically things that look like wooden schooners in space, that are like, I mean, they're not made of wood, but they
appear that way.
Yeah, they appear that way.
Pretty cool. So I thought that was an interesting little story to pass along. All right. How about this? This is a bit of a heavy subject, but about 1 million people, about 1 million Americans, a year are expected to develop dementia by 2060, roughly double today's toll, researchers have reported. That estimate is based on a new study that found a higher lifetime risk than previously thought. After age 55, people have up to a 4 in 10 chance of eventually developing dementia if they live long enough. It is a sobering number.
Kathy, in 30 years.
I already have this.
There are steps that people can take to reduce the risk, such as controlling high blood pressure and other bad for the brain health problems. And it's not too late to try even once you hit middle age. Research suggests what you do in midlife really matters. So taking, and here's a peek into dementia and Alzheimer's. So taking longer to recall a name or where you put your keys is typical with older age.
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
But dementia isn't a normal part of aging. It's a progressive loss of memory, language, and other cognitive functions. Simply getting older is the biggest risk, and the population is rapidly aging.
I mean, the thing is that, and I think we all perceive this, is that would you as the sufferer be aware, like you can't recall the name, okay? Oh, damn it, what is that? But as these things start to slip, are you aware that they're slipping?
I think in some cases you
Yeah.
are, because a lot sometimes with dementia they actually decline quickly because they know that that's happening, so they stop talking, they stop communicating.
Oh, they draw in? Yeah.
Just to try to avoid the embarrassment of it.
Sucks.
So Alzheimer's is the most common form, and silent brain changes that eventually lead to it can begin 2 decades before symptoms appear. Other types include vascular dementia, when heart disease or small strokes impair blood flow to the brain. Many people have mixed causes, meaning vascular problems could exacerbate brewing Alzheimer's symptoms. Measuring the risk from a certain age over the potential remaining lifespan can guide public health recommendations and medical research. It's wild. Once things like Lewy body dementia and these things that we had not heard of until celebrities started having them. Robin Williams.
That was the first time I heard of that syndrome.
Bruce Willis, who has aphasia at first, and now I forgot what form of dementia he has now. But there are, not unlike, and listen, I'm not a doctor clearly, and I'm making this statement, but along the lines of autism, there's this spectrum, this range of different, an umbrella that all this can fall under, as far as dementia and Alzheimer's go. And as I found out with my mom, it's an accumulative gathering of information that leads to a diagnosis. It's not a blood test. There's not like one thing to go, you have this.
Yeah.
It's a collection
The
of
litmus paper doesn't turn a color.
It's frustrating. And it's if you didn't know that going into it, like I didn't know, my mom, I'm like, well, why can't you tell?
Yeah.
Why can't you? We're like, she kind of this and kind of that. And I'm like, well, what's going on here?
So did you hit a point with your mother where it was extremely accelerated, or was it
no?
Is it just been chipping away?
It's been chipping away, and sometimes so my mom has a form of dementia, not to the extent of like she always knows who we are. She's never forgotten who we are.
That's awesome.
It's not that type of thing. That I think might fall more under Alzheimer's if you can't remember who people are and all that. But she does have these delusions.
Oh,
like I'll give you an example that there's a person that works at the home she lives in who's a vampire, or something like that.
Okay,
and they're scary things.
Yeah, sure.
But she knows and remembers all kinds of stuff, and it's not what you might typically think of.
And I think Alzheimer's is like the slow progression of it, like
the slower of the two.
Not that it was, but just like as it progresses. Like you asked if hers was progressing. So my grandmother, she had terrible dementia. At the end, she didn't know anybody. She was calling people, Bob Hope and Richard, Gere, and it got crazy. It was like you almost had to laugh about it because it got so terrible. But anyway, she had her dementia stemmed from a traumatic brain injury that she had in her 50s. So they kind of attributed it to that, saying, that injury, although she was okay afterwards, she was never the same, but she was okay afterwards. I mean, she lived a long life, but that the dementia at the end of her life probably was caused by that.
Well, they're saying now, they're finding out, Kathy, this is good news for you, that you can slow the process through excessive margarita drinking.
I know. Well, listen, don't laugh. I found that information as well, and I'm working on it.
Yes, she's always researching.
By the way, one of the examples that they give in this to protect yourself from this down the road, Kathy, is if you ride a bike, wear a helmet.
Yeah.
That essentially, if you have some sort of brain injury, it may not be much of an effect now, but later on in life, it could be the cause of that.
Yeah.
Look at what
Absolutely.
Chris Hemsworth found out about genetically that he's predisposed to, I believe it's Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So and the doctor recommended that he become a god.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm glad he moved on that.
Yeah.
So prior studies estimate about 14% of men and 23% of women would develop some form of dementia during their lifetime.
It seems like they're making inroads. I was reading an article, Preston, that suggested, again, all these journals and all these, from the Daily Mail to anything that's online looking to get clicks, wants to terrify the crap out of you. But I've seen this pop up a lot, that excessive meat eating, that if your diet is predominantly meat. Now, this very well, Monday they'll say, eating lots of meat will eradicate Alzheimer's.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't put a lot of stock. I would say
And
the things
it's no guarantee either, yeah.
The things it always seems to default to is trying to exercise, trying to keep. My mother-in-law had a precipitous decline. Kathy, you talk about drawing in and drawing yourself away from people. She was married at the time, and the husband that she was with, not my wife's father, they moved to this remote sort of lake cabin in Connecticut. She had no engagement, and it went south dramatically.
Yeah. So, Steve, there are some things you can do, like exercise, avoiding obesity, control blood pressure, diabetes and cholesterol. Margaritas, and all that stuff. So,
good.
But anyhow, they're saying real quick, and then we'll move on to the next one. Only 4% of people develop dementia between the ages of 55 and 75, what they call a key 20-year window for protecting brain health. For people who survive common health threats until 75, the dementia risk then jumped to 20% by age 85 and 42% between ages 85 and 95.
So at that point, you're kind of just, that's the point at which we all expect you to be, looking at vampires.
And if you live a long time, you have a more substantial risk of this happening.
My dad was sharp as a tack right up to the end, and
He's one of the lucky
I only
ones.
hope the same.
All right, let's see what else we have here. We're going to do a completely different topic from the Just Sayin Institute. A new analysis revealed the countries with the largest average breast size.
Finally, information we can use.
I know. I wanted to ease ourselves into this.
Now, when I saw this article, I purposefully did not look at the countries that are on the list, but as I did so well with the largest penis survey, may I guess that? All right, can I guess? I don't.
Sure.
I'm going to guess that the United States is in the top 3.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah. They are.
Hey, all right.
So the report published by the World Population Review analyzed the average bust size of 108 countries around the globe, finding which countries boast the largest average and which didn't measure up. According to the report, breast size is unique to each woman and is influenced by several factors, including genetics, nutrition and diet, weight and body mass index, fitness level, and age. And the average cup size per country varies between AA and C. Those are both batteries, by the way.
Yes, they are.
So the researchers...
Kathy, you're a 9-volt, right?
noted that BMI, the body mass index, is closely linked to breast size.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because we're, they always call the United States the fat country, whatever.
Yeah.
But we're always seen that way, and that's what made me think that, because I think that breast size does come from that often.
It does, yeah. With higher BMIs often resulting in larger breast size. So the United States is second place.
We've got the boobs.
In first. No, who's got the boobs? Norway. Norway's got the biggest boobs.
So
yes.
I have not been. You have.
I have.
Have you noticed?
I did not spend a lot of time around Norwegians while we were there because we were kind of out in the country.
But you always travel with your breast scale.
I do. I just didn't. I was on vacation. I didn't feel like
you didn't want to
using
work.
it.
Yeah.
So to be honest, and I was thinking about that very thing, Steve.
Sure.
I didn't encounter a lot of women while we were there. I guess it maybe would have been. I don't know. There just weren't that many people around while we were in Norway, so I didn't notice any large knockers.
When I was in Ecuador, all I saw were enormous penises.
Yeah. So it says here that Norway was an outlier. The country's average BMI. Here's the thing about them. They have lower BMI, but they have huge boobs in Norway.
What the hell?
So they're skinny, with
giant
big
boobs.
boobs.
Do you know what they attribute that to? Sir Stroman.
Oh, really? Yeah. So the country's average BMI was lower than other countries at 26.2, but the Scandinavian nation took the crown for the largest bust size, the average between C and D cups.
Wow.
Average.
Average.
The U.S. trailed behind in second place with an average BMI of 29 and a cup size of C, while the U.K.'s average BMI was 27.1 with an average cup size of C.
So in Norway, they refer to it as the around-the-shoulder Jurgen holders.
At dead last, with the smallest average bra size, was Greenland, which researchers claim had an average of A cups and a BMI of 26.7. So
Remember we had the bra whisperer in here
yeah.
and the different way. I mean, listen, obviously there's the no pun intended, titillation and fascination, but the amount and Kathy, we talked about this, the inability for the companies to get the sizes right. Preston, you talked to yesterday or the day before about this woman with size P or cup C, and she pays on average $175 per bra.
Correct.
I mean, it's crazy.
By the way, the measurement for bra sizes, in case you did not know this, is determined by measuring the band or underbust size, denoted by a number, and the fullest part of the breast denoted by a letter. So, Kathy, she means measuring underneath the breast?
So like under your boobs. Like you
Okay,
would lift your
rib cage.
boobs up and you would measure under there. Because think about it, that's where the band of the bra sits.
Okay.
And then they measure on top of the boob because that's where the cups would be.
Yes, okay. Now, and I'm serious about this.
Yeah.
Do you just want me to take my shirt off?
Please,
Okay.
please. The cup size.
Let me get some popcorn.
How do they actually have the thing they put on there?
No, they use the same, like they'll measure with a tape measure underneath and then they measure with a tape measure over the boob too.
So
and
they
by
can tell the difference between the two numbers, what your cup size is.
Right. So by that number, it's associated with a cup
They use
size.
a protractor, Preston, because it kind of looks like a boob.
Okay. Does it? Yeah, I guess so. It's got that curve on the top.
And that's the time when they're like, honey, what size bra are you wearing? You got to go a size up.
It's always wrong. In fact, in every case with the bra whisperer, everyone was wearing the wrong size bra. But then again, she was using European
measurements. Yeah.
Okay, so Kathy, it says here, the greater the difference between the measurements, the larger the cup size. So the difference between the number of the under breast and then over the top, that determines
So the angle
cup
of the
size.
dangle case.
Right. Yeah. Plus the heat in the meat. What does that equal?
The torque of the door.
That's right. That's right.
So it's important to remember that not all sizes within a given cup size will be the same. For example, 32C is much smaller in volume than a 42C because there is a greater difference in the band size and fullest part of the breast measurement.
Yeah, like there's always two sizes you can wear. Like I think, I forget, like it's like if you're a 36C, you can also wear a 34D.
Okay.
You know, it's like
That
something like
makes
that.
sense. Yeah, because I wear on my shoes. I'm going to do correlation. I wear bras instead of shoes. A lot of times you can play that sort of trickery with the size that's larger if the width of the shoe is more comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do we have any more boob questions? Because Lindsay worked at Victoria's Secret.
All right.
I'm going to go to her real quick.
Let her rip.
Hi, Lindsay. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. So how long did you work at Victoria's Secret?
Probably about 4 years.
Oh, okay. At King of Prussia?
No, I was at the Morristown Mall.
Okay. So anybody have any boob questions?
So on average, did you find to the earlier point, most women are wearing the incorrect bra size?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Usually too small?
Yes, too small for the bigger women and typically too big for the smaller. You'll see like a lot of gapping for smaller breasts, and then that when you'll see that like spillover when bigger women come in and the bras are too tight.
I got to believe that everyone's bodies are uniquely shaped.
Yes.
And that it's got to be, Kathy, when you find one that fits just right, that's got to be, do you like buy up a bunch of them?
Yeah, I have them, in the same color, and then when they rip or like I said, the wire pops out or something, I go right back to the store and buy the exact same one.
Because now when I find shoes I like, I'll buy like 3 pairs.
Yeah.
So do I.
Every color.
And I wear them as bras. Let me ask you, Lindsay, what is the largest commercial size bra that Victoria's Secret sells?
They got better over the years, but it is not nearly big enough. I believe they got up to triple D when I was there, But there were women coming in and, like you were mentioning, how you measure it. Like, let's say someone is a 32 band size, and then I measure them around their breast, and that's an additional 3 inches. So now I'm measuring 35. So that would mean that they're a 32C. So I add an inch or a cup size for every inch. I was having women come in with, measuring 40, where we don't even sell 40, and then 8-9 inches. So it's not.
You got to be a mathematician to do this.
Yeah.
So what does that go for, that bra? Because I'm thinking of people going broke trying to purchase bras.
And they're incredibly expensive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Victoria's Secret. But the quality is decent. But those women just have to go to specialized stores.
Yeah,
I wonder
I
if
believe it. All right, thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
You got to find a bra place, Kathy, that has like an LL Bean return policy. Like,
No, what? Oh, are you kidding? No, like undergarments. Once
Yeah.
you wear it, you're out.
it's
Like,
yours.
and Victoria's Secret, especially the way they put their tags on, like they put it on so that you can't wear it and return it. And if the tag is taken off, you can't reapply it. 'Cause there's
really?
some places you can put the tag back on and stuff like that. Yeah, they make sure, and they use pink little what are those the little plastic pieces that hold the tag in place.
Yeah.
Like you can't really find the ones that they use because they don't want people doing that.
Crafty.
But recently, I don't know, we talked about bras or something not that long ago, and a place in Mays Landing reached out to me. It's the Bra Boudoir, and they have sizes 28A up to 52O.
52O?
Yeah, she reached out to me and just said, hey,
That's a carport.
I heard you guys talking about this. If you're ever in the area, stop by. So I don't know, maybe when I'm headed down to the shore next summer, I might swing by there. But this is what they do. They measure you for the proper fit
52O.
bra.
Yeah. So
What's it called again?
All right,
The Bra Boudoir.
boudoir.
From A to O.
Dude, how did you even think of that?
I have a very juvenile question. So with men and Kathy, our dangly bits, if you're naked, getting out of the shower, whatever, it's kind of fun to kind of flap around a little bit. Whap, whap, whap.
No, the answer is no, it hurts.
Women, just bouncing your boobs isn't kind of fun.
It hurts?
It hurts. Especially if you have large boobs, that's part of the reason you wear a bra.
It is a funny thing to do, though. I mean,
I'm sure it would be, but it does. It doesn't feel good.
Okay. By the way, here are the top 10 countries of largest bust size. Number 1 is Norway, followed by the United States, United Kingdom, Luxembourg, Iceland, Russia, Colombia. Canada is number 8. Number 9 is Poland, and then 10 is Venezuela.
Interesting.
Yep. All right, we'll move on to something else. Let me see. What will you guys find interesting? Oh, yeah, I definitely want to bring this up. As the United States Food and Drug Administration is pulling the plug on red dye number 3.
Oh, I saw this.
Synthetic dye known for its vibrant cherry red hue, but also linked to cancer in lab animals. Used in everything, man. And Steve had sent me an article this morning of the list of products that use red dye number 3. It goes on for pages and pages and pages and pages. There's no way I can go through that whole list.
So were you like me, laboring under the misconception that years ago when they made a big fuss about red dye number 2 that they were going to remove it from the food? That was part of the deal?
Yeah. I thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that they hadn't removed it. I think it takes a long time. Like, once it's approved.
I mean, Kathy, red dye number 2, that's like 20 years ago.
It was number 3.
What's that?
Red dye number 3. You said number 2.
Oh, no, red dye number 3.
Yeah.
I remember that years ago, Preston, that first came out.
I do too.
There was a thing called cyclamates, too, that they removed.
And just a few years ago, California had I guess
removed it from
outlawed it or whatever. Yeah. And so now this is going to be, the FDA says it's gone. Using everything, like I said, from candies and cereals to fruit cocktails, cherries. The petroleum-based colorant has sparked concern for decades, Steve, and all this time.
There we go.
It's in medicines too, like to change the color, of like
Robitussin.
I'm not sure which medicines, but yeah.
So manufacturers have until 2027 to phase out of foods, phase it all out. And while ingested drugs like supplements get an extra year.
I love that we have 2 more years of ingesting this cancer-causing additive as they phase
stop
it
and
out.
think about it.
Why can't they stop it immediately?
2 more years. Yeah. You got asbestos for another 5 years.
I mean it.
Oh, you better. Yeah, I mean,
Let me ask, does my ibuprofen have it in there? Because it's kind of got a reddish hue to it.
I don't know. Why don't we ask a doctor? How about that?
Yeah.
All right, so he's calling in on our Xfinity mobile guest line, and you know our good friend from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, Dr. Mike Sirigliano, is joining us. Dr. Mike.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
to you.
Now, look,
Yeah.
so red dye number 3, it's been on the radar for quite a while. In fact, in 1990, it was banned in cosmetics. Now, why we can put it in our bodies and not on our skin, that's a story that I can't answer. But there is data in lab rats, in male rats, it can cause thyroid cancer. Now, the FDA, when it decides if something's okay or not, has a rule that if there is anything that causes cancer in humans or animals, then they ban it. And so there's a lot of controversy about this. You know, the people that are involved with red dye kind of say, well, the data's not there in humans, but I think it's a good thing to get it out of our food system. And there's a lot of interest now in the food that we put in our body.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, it's my understanding that, again, this is now in the news more frequently about all the things that are not in, say, the European versions of the food that we eat and the Canadian versions of the food that we eat that we have, and a lot of it has been determined to be less than wonderful for your health. Is that correct?
Yes. The only thing that the Europeans have allowed red dye number 3 in is maraschino cherries. How do you like that one?
Yeah.
All right, but everything else, it's been banned.
All right.
Oh, okay.
And we've talked about this. There are lots of young people getting cancer, and we don't know why. It's probably environmental. Who knows? The other thing about food coloring is that there are, I don't know about you, but when my kids, when they were young, and they would eat something that had food coloring in it, they went crazy. They were off the rails in terms of behavior. And that's why California has already banned a couple other food colorings. So, look, it's the right thing. I think that we're going to see more and more interest in the food that comes into our mouths in this country. We need to do something.
I got to believe there are natural agents that they could use that would, I mean, beet juice for
That's
crying
what Canada
out loud.
does.
Yeah.
So in other words, so if you look at the difference, you can use natural colorings. It may not be iridescent,
Right.
you know, but it may not cause you cancer too.
Yeah.
Well, red dye number 3 is a petroleum product, just to let you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now
Like
I will listen. I freely admit I will sit down to a tall glass of
Vaseline?
in the evening. But
Yeah, well, there's more to come, and I think that that's a very important move on their part.
do you remember cyclamates, Dr. Mike? Years ago, it was a sweetener that they had in all sorts of diet sodas. Because I remember that being mentioned right about the time of this red dye. The first time I heard about the issue with red dye was around the same time as cyclamates.
Well, we are what we eat. And all you hear about now are PFAS, these forever chemicals in the environment, and what we put in our bodies is so critical, whether it be and the whole issue of highly processed foods, I think, has to be addressed. And what we should do, rather than keeping me busy all day with people that have disease that's already gotten there, we need to get people to start at a very young age, eating the right foods, exercising, getting into better shape, and then I hopefully will be like the old-fashioned Maytag man. I'll be sitting there reading the
You have
newspaper.
nothing to
saying,
do.
"All the
Yes.
best."
Yeah.
You're right about what you put in your body. And I've even reconsidered the kinds of light bulbs I'm putting in my ass, Preston.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Yes. And those things are, yeah.
You got to make sure.
Yeah, make sure they're durable. You don't want them to break. But yeah, no, Mike, I've started to think about things like, microplastics and stuff like that are.
Do you know, Preston, do you know that they are finding nanoparticles of plastics in carotid arteries?
There you go.
How do you like that?
Wow.
So,
I don't
and,
like
and
that.
that leads to inflammation. And diesel fuel particulates, they get into the body. It goes on and on and on. And so I'm all for progress and technology and everything, but we've got to start focusing on what we put in our bodies and start with young people, getting them healthy and learning how to eat right and exercise and take care of their machines so they can live a long life later in life and enjoy it.
Sage advice.
All right.
Sage advice.
We love you, Dr. Mike.
Love you.
All right. See you later. Dr. Mike Strigliano.
Do you ever at the gas station, and I'm guilty of it, you are, putting gas in your car and you take a swig off it?
A sip.
Oh,
Yeah,
Just
every
a
time.
sip.
Yeah.
I mean, it gives you a little buzz, and so
Like
why
a garden hose.
I want to move on to one more story, but very quickly, since Lindsay is on hold, she works in food regulations. She reads these labels for a living. So, hi, Lindsay. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hi. It says there's a lot of misinformation you had indicated.
You guys mentioned about the Canada, United States, Europe, like banning things. So the color thing, like, it's banned in Europe and stuff. Europe still does use these colors. They're just labeled differently. They
Those
have
bastards.
the E number in front of it. And in actuality, we ban stuff that is allowed in Europe. So it's not just, everything's great in Europe. We're, fat, stinky Americans. It's like we actually have higher food safety standards than some European countries.
Well, that's good to hear. And then, in a way, we're number 2 on the big boob list.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
something's working
We got a lot
right.
going for us.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that's an interesting perspective. That because we tend to default. And listen, I don't default to Europe's doing everything right or Canada's doing everything right. But there is. You're saying they're simply renaming it or changing the designation, and they're getting away with it.
Yeah, they'll have like an E number in front of it. So instead of like red dye number 2, it'll be like red. It'll be E 47 or something like that.
Friggin' Europeans, right?
There's very different rules. And I work for a Canadian-based company, so I look at Canada labels as well. So, and there's like very different rules between everybody. I look at, we export to Mexico, so we look at Mexican labels. Everybody has their own rules. Everybody has their own flaws. And everybody has their own quirks. So,
Sure.
And the biggest thing is that people just need to realize that their food is safe. And Kathy, I know that you're scared about the food recalls and stuff, but them actually putting that out is a good thing because before 2009, they weren't putting that out, and people were just randomly getting sick, thinking they had an upset stomach.
Let me ask you, Lindsay. Though there are things in the food that they find from time to time that are not good or just
they come up for review every once in a while once they do these studies, but the studies are sometimes need to be backed, and it's hard. You have to have quite a bit of research. It's not just like coming in and saying, "Oh, I got cancer because I."
right.
Drank,
cheese doodle.
500 bottles of apple juice and I got cancer.
Right.
Well, so it takes a very long time. That 3-year thing, it's, you have to be able to find a new source of it. You have to be able to price it. Is it going to change your pricing? Is it going to change, shelf life? That whole 3-year thing is why it's there.
Right.
And Preston, you said that it's in a lot of foods. It's approved for a lot of foods. It's actually red dye number 4. Red dye number 3 is not in a lot of stuff. We don't use it at the company I work for.
Okay.
They replaced it with rat feces.
It's it. Yeah. Rat feces. Sometimes dog poop, depending on what's available. But it's actually in hot tamales and candy corn and the lower tier candy, as I call it. So
something as healthy as candy corn.
Yeah.
Yeah, healthy. But yeah, just learn how to read labels, and then and if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Awesome, thank you, Lindsay.
It involves reading.
Appreciate it.
Well, she's right. You do have to learn to read labels. I mean, I disagree with her in some of the stuff that she says. There are so many additives and so many things put in the foods that she's saying are safe to eat that affect our brain health, affect our heart health.
I agree with you, Kathy.
Overall.
It doesn't mean. Listen, it's so you can say it's safe to eat. Say at the time, over the accrued time of eating it, what is that going to do to you?
Just because the FDA approves it.
Because my knockers are huge and I'm upset.
Doesn't mean that it's healthy for us and that it's not going to affect us.
I know what you mean. Yeah, if you're overeating something that has an additive in it of sorts that maybe over time you overdid it with that.
That's why I only eat free range candy corn. Yeah, because I don't want any additives.
It's organic. Yes.
Candy corn.
All right. I think we'll just wrap it up right
that
there.
it?
That's it. The JSI. I have more. I have a lot more. They're always working on stuff at the Just Saying Institute, and we'll get back to it in the near future. But in the meantime, we do need to take a break because we have a nice stack of guests that are coming by this morning. We'll break, come back, do the beef. I'll tell you who's on the way. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Speaking of Chloe, she celebrated hitting a social media milestone yesterday, or on Wednesday. She added a photo of herself topless.
What?
In honor of her 178 million Instagram followers. Is that a milestone? 178 million?
No, it's just a reason to drop your top.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right. That was just the excuse for the photo.
It's kind of an arbitrary number, isn't it?
It's not topless.
Yeah, in the photo, well, her hair is covering
It
her
is
boobs.
topless.
She's not wearing a top, but her top is covered.
Yeah.
I think is what Casey.
She is sans top.
With
She is
fake
topless,
hair.
but
And
her
it's-
boobs aren't out.
It's covered with fake hair.
Man, I'm looking at these pictures. They just don't look real.
It's so
Just don't look real.
And I do not find this cosmetic surgery look in any way attractive.
Yeah.
I think there are a group of people that do, though.
They do, yes.
And I think it's people who all get plastic surgery and I guess understand it or understand why she wants to get it.
Yeah, body dysmorphia group.
Whatever that commercial is, Steve, that we see on TV with her in it, like she looks like she can't even really move.
eating popcorn.
What?
I got my daughter eating popcorn.
You're here with your daughter eating popcorn.
Yeah. And like it just looks so awkward. Like she's like hugging and playing with her daughter, but it's like her face.
Don't touch the face!
Yeah, her face doesn't move.
Don't touch the face!
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait, excuse me, Chloe. You got a little schmutz here on
Don't touch! Don't touch! Let it fall off. Let it dry up and fall off.
Don't touch. Don't touch. It might cave in.
Don't touch! Don't touch! Close the windows.
Close the window.
Mommy, you got a little something on your lip.
No! No! What did I tell you? I said don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face.
In the photo, Chloe is.
Don't even look at mommy's face. I don't know, the eye beams or something. I don't know.
Eye beams?
I don't know. Maybe there's radiation. I don't know. I'm not willing to take the risk.
I want to remind you that our Love You Help You line is available for your convenience should you be looking to, if you're looking to get a little boost to a business, it's something we've still, we're continuing, even though things have gotten a little bit more back to normal. But,
yeah, but they're
going back as well, you know.
There's a big conundrum out there, and if I can take this opportunity, Preston, just to give you an idea of what we're looking for, what people are looking for, our friend JP, who used to own the Ugly Moose in Misiak, now owns a place called the Bagataway Tavern in Conshohocken. Listen to what he's looking for. He needs a GM, kitchen manager, servers, bartenders, barbacks, experienced chefs. He's a great guy, great boss, and all those positions are available, and he needs help. He says he's finding it hard, to keep things running.
Right.
And that's the issue. So if you're looking for work, time has never been better. He actually says you can call him on his phone, his actual phone, which is 484-988-0942. The great place in Conshohocken. But again, if you have a business and you're looking for assistance, anything to help you get up and running. As you said, President, it's eased up a little bit, and hopefully we keep going in a good direction.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, it's wanted signs all over the place.
Wait, did he buy that from the owners, or was he always the owner?
He was always
of
a
that?
co-owner, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
yeah. So he's always been associated with that. The Ugly Moose sadly no longer exists.
Yeah, that was a great place.
It was great.
I
We
loved it there.
That was a cool place.
Yeah.
Let's try and forget about the moose for a moment.
Forget about the moose.
We need.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Ugly Moose! Ugly Moose!
I really enjoy the intro to the Moose Club.
All the mooses are waiting for you.
Hey, which button was that?
It was pink, then green.
Yeah.
Why don't you forget the moose?
That's
for a moment. Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
We need that needs to be a set clip.
That's great.
Yep, we'll have to do that.
Man, this is one of the best shows we've ever had.
And a moose charged a runner. Again! Did you not?
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
A moose charged the runner and left him with a hoof print shaped cut on the back of his head.
Oh, that's awful.
Colorado officials
Left you
said.
something to remember me by.
Yeah. The New Mexico man was running on a trail with his two dogs Wednesday when they encountered a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The runner was on a trail. The dogs were off leash about 50 feet in front of the man during the run. They suddenly bolted back toward the man. He stopped and saw the bull moose at about 50 feet. At that point, the dogs ran past him and left the scene. Yeah, they're out, dude.
Yeah.
They're checking out.
You had a story, was it earlier this week or last week, about a woman being, stomped?
Yep, exactly. The man took 2 steps towards the moose to see it better, and that caused it to charge towards the man.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The moose attacked the runner, giving him minor injuries, and he was taken to the hospital and released the same day. The sheriff said he was very lucky that his only injury is a hoof print-shaped laceration on the back of his head.
You bet your ass.
Moose attacks in Colorado are increasing. They are protective animals and will defend their territory and young. Now, I had a moose question earlier this morning, trivia question for the Suba question, and did not know that they're solitary, so they do not have herds of moose.
That's why a lot of them are writers.
They live a lonely existence. And
Oh, that's sad.
Once their offspring are about 18 months old, the cow, the mom, will shun them, like push them away. Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's essentially what they do, and then they just kind of roam all alone.
Maybe they're happy, Kath. How do you know?
They are happy.
I guess. I mean, could be happy alone. I don't know. It just seems sad to not have any family or friends.
All right, how about this?
Poor things.
Police.
1 is the loneliest number that you ever moosed.
So we'll go through some stories here for you, starting with Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. They are officially a couple.
Yeah!
Us Weekly has confirmed it. This comes after weeks of rumors. A source exclusively tells us of the actors Channing and Zoe are dating. They connected while working on their upcoming film, Pussy Island.
Pussy Island.
Yes.
Yes. Which is, we have yet to determine what Pussy Island is about.
Nope.
We assume it's an island that looks like a large vagina.
No, it might be cats.
Oh, that's true. Yes, cats, of course.
Oh.
So this is perfect timing because just by happenstance over the weekend, I watched the second Magic Mike movie. And Nick, you said you saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't quite get it, but and I'm not sure what exactly I watched. I felt like I went to the whole movie is basically a male dance review.
You're not sure if it's a movie.
It seems like there's really nothing there.
Yeah.
Other
There's
than
no story. It's just the show.
a lot of sitting around talking, and then a lot of pelvic thrusting into women's faces, and big presentations. And I can't say that I hated it.
I went with 2 women, and they loved it. So we all left the theater in a good mood because they were in a great mood. So why not? A little eye candy.
There's stuff, Nick, and you'll agree to this, that Channing Tatum does to these women, like Preston standing on the chair, thrusting, flipping around. You would F someone in half if that's the way you approach sex.
Speaking of Channing Tatum, totally different than the movie. What was it that you just mentioned? Magic Mike 2.
Yes.
My daughter turned me on to a movie that Channing Tatum is in, and it's called The Book of Life. I had never seen it. It's an animated movie, and it's great. And he voices one of the main characters.
He's really talented. He's good.
Guillermo del Toro produced it, and it's really, really well done, but I had never seen it. It's no Pussy Island.
I was so intrigued by Pussy Island, if anyone has any idea what it's about.
It might be cats, man, because you know, some of those island nations, remember when we were on Anguilla or St. Martin, it was overrun with cats.
Yeah.
They're all over the place, so it very well could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia,
near the Butthole Islands,
they had these little. I mean, at the resort that we were at, they had a bunch of different restaurants. A bunch of different restaurants, and there were definitely cats at the restaurants. Not our maitre d's.
No, for the longest time. So you're familiar with Dirty Dancing, obviously, the Catskills. If you ever went up to a resort in upstate New York, around the restaurant and the actual place where you were eating, cats were walking because they were there to take care of the the mice problem.
Yeah,
And so,
I'd rather have cats than mice and rats.
Here's the conceit of Pussy Island. Frida, who is Kravitz, is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King, who's Channing Tatum.
Slater King, that sounds like a name.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island, she is ready for a journey of a lifetime. Despite the epic setting, beautiful people, ever-flowing champagne, and late-night dance parties, Frida can sense that there's more to this island than meets the eye, something she can't quite put her finger on.
On. Steve.
I can't put my finger in it.
On it.
Oh, on it.
On it.
You still have it wrong.
But it says it's something terrifying.
I'm sure it is.
Those are the last
You remember the first time?
It was a little scary.
Wait a second. I'm up to my wrist.
What am I doing here?
I'm up to my elbow.
A little scary that first time. Succulent.
I handle my succulent.
Yes. That's the main reason I brought this up. I was hoping that
Mandy would join.
All about the succulents.
Not watering enough.
My index fingers around my nipples.
Oh my God. And that wet ass succulent.
Wet ass succulent.
Interesting.
You had me at wet ass.
I know.
On the Hallmark Channel tonight.
Wet
ass succulents. I inherited my grandmother's succulent shop. And here comes Brick Laser, the new man in town.
Brick Laser?
His child died of some disease. I don't know. I never knew the kid. It doesn't matter. And he helps me with my succulents.
With the flashlight thing, an easier way, if you are doing some work and you need to use it and your hands are full and something like that, you can ask Siri to turn it on and off for you if you want to.
No.
You don't
What,
have
the
to.
flashlight?
Yeah.
Show me.
I'll show you.
Stop it.
Yeah. Hey,
Get out of here.
I'm talking to Siri, will you, please? Hey, Siri, turn on the flashlight. Here you go. You ready?
Oh, my.
Did mine go on?
Hey,
Mind
Siri, turn the
blown.
flashlight off. Yeah. There you go.
Oh,
It's on.
wow.
So if your hands are full, you can use it, or if it's sitting
Love
in a
it.
position where you need it on or off at certain times, you can just use that hands-free function.
Dude, thank you so
I didn't know
much.
that. I came across some, Siri tricks that you can do online. I was like, well,
You didn't
son
know.
of a bitch.
I knew that when I was 12.
A historic milestone has been reached by writer-director Nia DaCosta. She is the first black female director to have a film debut in the #1 spot in the U.S. box office with Candyman.
Nice.
She co-wrote the sequel to the original 1992 horror film with Jordan Peele, casting all black leads and addressing elements of racism throughout the film. The movie is also the second highest-grossing three-day opening for a black female director, right behind Ava DuVernay for A Wrinkle in Time. Candyman is currently in theaters.
I saw a tweet that was really funny about Candyman and
3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kev. Real quick, a shout out from our good friend, Mr. Bob Havens.
Oh, he's a great guy.
One of the classics and one of the greats at the Cardboard Classic. Speaking of that, and he said, "Hey, can I get a shout out to our friends Dan and Michelle Eastwood, who joined our Cardboard Classic team last year and was on our Wally World sled, and we hooked them." And now they're traveling up from Baltimore on the weekends to help with our 2025 sled build. So they're coming up every weekend.
Yeah. People may not be
working on Bob Haven's sled.
People may not be aware that many of these monstrosities that you'll see coming down the hill at the Cardboard Classic are months, half a year in the making. Unbelievable.
Yep. So he says, much love, bitches. And that's from, of course, Bob Haven. So here's the start
There
out.
you
That's
go.
for Dan and Michelle Eastwood. And sled registration is up and running now at WMMR.com for the Cardboard Classic. First time ever that it will actually be in February. It's on the 28th, and all the information is available at WMMR.com. If you go to WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic, Marissa sent us a list of just all the things that you can find on there. There's even sled building instructions.
Yes.
If you've never done this before.
Yeah.
Like there's a full rundown of pictures from years past and all the information, all the specifics you need to know, but also some guidance on top of that.
I would say it's well worth your time to check that out because a lot of times if people encounter issues coming down the run and things fall apart, see which designs have been most successful in completing the run and do that.
All right, so get on that and we'll do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by LaSalle University. Advance your career at LaSalle University, and you can choose from over 30 graduate and certificate programs. Visit lasalle.edu/grad-open-house to get started. So here's a very interesting story out of Italy. Italian soccer club Lazio have fired a man responsible for handling the club's eagle mascot, like a live bald eagle.
All right.
This is after he shared videos online of his prosthetic penis. Falconer Juan Bernabe has handled the eagle named Olympia since the 2011 season.
Let me clarify here. It's he himself who has the prosthetic penis, not the eagle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And he flies the bird over the club's Stadio Olimpico before matches. However, Lazio, whose crest is emblazoned with an eagle, have parted ways with Bernabe after he shared images and videos online of his penis on social media.
They should be doing that.
After undergoing implant surgery.
Take your penis and your bird and get the hell out.
I would imagine if you went for implant surgery, you'd want to show it off a little bit.
Yeah, do you do it on your site publicly?
Lazio said that they were shocked by the images and that Bernabe had been fired with immediate effect.
I'm just very proud of it.
The club added they were aware of the shared pain the loss of the eagle will cause to fans for upcoming home matches, but added it was impossible to associate our historic symbol with such an individual. Bernabe defended his decision to publish videos. He was trying to bring awareness to the operation and shared it on his private social media, adding that nudity is normal. I grew up in an open-minded naturist family, and the 56-year-old was suspended from the club in 2021, though, for performing a fascist salute at the end of a match against
This is not looking good.
Milan.
So eagles routinely land on a perch of sorts.
Listen to this. Bernabe was filmed making the salute and chanting Duce, Duce, which translates as leader, leader, and is commonly associated with former fascist Italian leader Benito Mussolini. And he said, I did it and I don't regret it because I admire Mussolini. But he did great things for Italy as Franco did for Spain.
There you go. But enough about a Mussolini. How about my penis?
Nigerians on social media are mourning the death of a woman who was allegedly beheaded by a man reported to be her boyfriend.
Oh, man.
And listen to this. So police arrested Timolin Ajayi, a gospel singer, on Sunday with the severed head of his victim, 24-year-old Salome Adadu, sorry about that, near a church. He is alleged to have been carrying the head in a bag, which drew attention from other people who accosted him before police took over and arrested him. Other dismembered parts of the deceased body were alleged to have been recovered later in his home.
Was he in the process of disposing of the parts, or was he just keeping it like it as a comfort head?
I think he was just walking around with it.
Wow.
Police spokesman said the suspect was found with a fresh human head, and when we got to the scene, we rescued him from being mobbed.
Jeez.
The deceased was identified as a member of the National Youth Service Corps, who was serving in the federal capital. Investigation into the incident are ongoing. That's just horrible. All right, in Minnesota, Michigan. At just 12 years old, a Michigan boy traversed nearly 100 miles of the state from behind the wheel of a stolen SUV.
Oh, wow.
Drove 100 miles?
Yeah. Grand Traverse deputies contacted their counterparts in Clare County, asking them to be on the lookout for a red 2000 Chevrolet Blazer. The SUV had been reported stolen by its owner, who said his 12-year-old son had taken it. The boy's parents had been tracking his or the vehicle's progress, and that's according to the sheriff, with the sheriff's department, Lieutenant Aaron Miller. He said, we had our heads up as he was coming into our county. Our deputy happened to be in a good position to intercept the young man, and he pulled right over. Deputies stopped the preteen on southbound US 127. The preteen had driven the vehicle an estimated 90 miles.
Jeez.
There were no passengers. Deputies did.
What was the reason? Was he running away from home?
They did locate and confiscate a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun with several rounds of ammunition and a small amount of marijuana as well.
You little ragrut.
There's no indication the boy intended to use the firearm, Miller said. The lieutenant added that it's not known where the boy was heading. Only said that he was unhappy at home.
Oh, okay.
Deputies held the boy in custody until his parents arrived to pick him up.
Sounds like a scamp.
They sent a report requesting the preteen be petitioned on charges of joyriding, operating a motor vehicle without a license, carrying a concealed weapon, and a minor in possession of marijuana.
So compare the stuff you got in trouble for getting behind the wheel of the car. You didn't drive 90 miles with a shotgun.
I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I didn't go that far, but
You set a field on fire.
I did some things. Yeah, shouldn't have done. In England, a police emergency call handler has been commended for her quick thinking after realizing a call ostensibly ordering a pizza was in fact a woman in urgent need of help. And we've heard
I remember
these.
the audio is just unbelievable.
We've heard these before. The Metropolitan Police shared the audio of the call on social media. The handler structured her questions so that the caller could answer in brief yes or no answers. And I thought this was pretty ingenious, too. She also instructed the woman to respond with pepperoni if she was in danger and cheese if her children were in danger. The handler sent an emergency team to the property and finished the call after a short time so its length would not arouse the suspicion of anyone in the home. They have issued advice for making a silent 911 call. They said if you're in danger, call and try to speak to the operator if you can, even by whispering. You may also be asked to cough or tap the keys on your phone to answer questions.
Can you imagine being...
So, if you're in
the
danger,
person getting that call,
and you call 911, and you don't want someone to know that you're on the phone, you could just cough a few times, or clear your throat, and they might eventually go, "Are you doing this to signal me?"
Right.
And then you can communicate that way. I thought it was pretty interesting. If the call was made from a mobile phone and the caller can't speak, it says here. Now this is in England. Pressing 55 will transfer to the police, who will be able to find your location. And from a landline, the operator can only hear background noise. They will transfer your call to the police as well.
So that's valuable, too. If we're here, we have a local situation, but we want British police to respond.
Hit 55.
Yeah.
They'll be on a boat
You're
right
in
away.
trouble. The bobbies are on the way.
Yep. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. I saw some people milling about in our Acme Lounge. Our guests, are they here?
They're punctual. In fact, they're early, and they're raring to go.
All right, and here to talk about a few things, we have actor Taylor Misiak and Tony Yacenda, husband and wife.
Yes.
And some very cool stuff to chat about, including the show Going Dutch, which is on tonight at 9:30 on Fox 29. And we'll get into some other stuff with those guys, too. And then later on, our buddy Michael Barkann is stopping by. And we got more guests after that,
It's
too.
insane.
We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second with it all. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It's like Candyman he's a reasonable person. Just don't say his name, and he'll stay out of your life.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
Say it a couple times. You got to say it 5 times in front of a mirror. Otherwise, he'll leave you the F alone.
He's just minding his own business.
Just being all Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you say his name, and then why? Now I got.
Well, you wanted me.
But why does that bother him so much?
Well, I don't know.
Well, he's got issues. I mean, he's not
says,
innocent.
keep my name out your mouth. Is what he said.
That's basically it, man.
So, but if I were to say your name 5 times, you wouldn't come and kill me.
No,
Well, it depends
he
on
would
how
give you a
say
kiss
it.
on the forehead.
Yeah.
That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say my name 5
Casey
times.
boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy. I think I said 5 times. I just got a kiss on the forehead. That was nice.
Say my name 5 times.
A different kind of thing.
That would be the worst horror movie ever.
This is not scary.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy,
Said
I
this
guess.
guy's name in the bathroom mirror, and it came out and kissed my forehead.
I don't understand.
I was sitting here minding my own business. And you
I did
me
it.
to kiss your
I went
forehead.
and did it.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, that kind of made my day. You know, it honestly did. So thanks, pal. I appreciate
I was just relaying the legend.
But right now, it's
Peanut butter jelly time.
Yeah.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at?
all right. So yesterday,
There you go. There you go.
how did this even come up? I forgot.
Well, Steve sang his jingle, and then you guys commented
right.
on Peter Pan,
Yeah,
and I
it's-
said Peter Pan is an inferior peanut butter, and Preston, you took umbrage with
I
that
took
statement.
offense to that.
Yes, which you grew up on it.
Yeah, I grew up in a Peter Pan household.
Yeah, and so Casey and I were defending the honor of Jif, and I said that Jif is my favorite, although we'll see if that's actually true.
And then I said, well, at least we can all agree that Skippy sucks. And then Kathy jumped in, so we all took sides.
But here's
Steve, do you take a side at all?
Yes, I agreed. I agreed with Kathy. Kathy is her pirate
Stevie.
name. Yeah, and I also, believe it or not, I think Peter Pan has merit.
Okay,
So
all right.
I'm kind of Switzerland in this because I think everything has merit.
Here's the thing for me. I think I'll definitely be able to identify the Skippy, but I honestly don't eat any other peanut butter but that, so I don't know if I'll be able to decipher between Peter Pan and Jif.
I don't think I've ever had Peter Pan.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see, A, if you can identify what it is.
Right. Okay.
And B, rank which you think is the best one.
So
Okay.
we
I
have.
think
we have
all peanut butter's great.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm a big. I can't ever remember saying, "Oh, that's terrible peanut butter."
Except maybe some of the natural ones. If you're really in the mood for the super sweet peanut butter, it can be a minor letdown. But I do like those too.
And by the way,
do.
the 3 spoons that we have here, fortunately, only equal like 1,000 calories.
Oh my God!
Good.
Peanut butter is insanely high in calories.
It's great for protein.
Yes.
It's great for if you're just gonna stop at like half a spoonful.
Yeah.
That's fine. No one does.
Yeah, but who can do
And
that?
so you have 45,000 calories.
I think like a tablespoon is like 80 calories.
Yeah,
Kathy.
yeah.
Or maybe
Oh,
more,
no,
maybe
it's
like
more
110 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Here's the deal, and I don't want to besmirch peanut butter. I hope peanut butter's not listening right now, but I think peanut butter is only good when it's accompanied by something else.
Milk?
Peanut butter
I don't
by
agree.
itself. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel like peanut butter needs something else to shine.
Some type of bread.
No, some type of, well, maybe bread, yes, but I don't even like peanut butter sandwiches, but like a jelly, a honey, a pretzel.
I can do just peanut butter on an English muffin, on a piece of toast.
Absolutely.
Stuff like
you could
that.
put it so especially when you have it on a fresh out of the toaster.
Yes.
Yeah, we're looking at the calorie.
That's 2 tablespoons.
That's 2.
Two
So
tablespoons, 188
about
calories.
90.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a clear spoon. Casey, give me some music because we're just going to be sitting here smacking our lips.
Peanut butter jelly time.
People are going to hate that. All right. So try the white spoon. And see,
which one first?
Clear.
Clear?
The clear. Yeah.
All right.
Do you have your scoring sheet?
I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Now, if you're one of those people that hates the sound of smacking lips,
You're
going to
hate this.
You're going to absolutely detest this.
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands.
Is it? Can we comment, or is this a contest?
I think I know what that is. No, it's a contest. Don't comment.
No comment.
Okay.
Okay. I think I know what that was.
I think I know what that one is too. All right. When you're done.
Wait.
We don't have any palate cleansers either. So.
Oh, I do. Well, I got water. You got water.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, I know which one is my Skippy before I even taste it, just by the look of it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be impressed if that's the
Kathy,
case.
that's how I felt.
Now I'm gonna
about,
try.
not about Skippy, but about
Are we
you.
doing 1 to 10 or 1 to 5 for rating numerical taste?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go through all 3 of them before I decide which one I like best.
But 1 to 10, is that the?
Let's do 1 to 10.
All right, now white spoon.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh. Okay. God, it's all good.
Okay.
Also good.
Oh my God, I got too much in my mouth now.
Yeah.
It
You hear that
can
in porn movies.
be like a full-on paste. All right, I think I know what that is.
Okay.
I may change my answer, but
You can. We just have to when we do the final tally. All right, and then I'm gonna turn this music up so people don't hear us going.
This is a lot. This is a lot harder than I thought.
By the way, I want you to know that I wrote down my Skippy answer before I even tasted it.
All right, just on site. All right, we're doing the yellow spoons now, correct?
Yeah.
yellow.
Colored, whatever your color is.
All right, mine's red. I'm like, oh no.
To be honest, they all pretty much taste the same to me. I can't really clearly, definely pick out a difference between those, but I'm just jotting down.
Skippy's creamier than the other 2.
It is. Okay.
That's what I think.
Honestly.
All right, now rate the taste.
All right, rate your taste. here.
Oh.
1 to 10?
Yeah. Or should you do 1, 2, 3? Which one you like best?
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Best to worst. 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
I've actually surprised myself.
One being
here.
the best.
I may be a changed man.
Okay.
I'm trying not to use my
Penis? Your
predetermined, my bias, my predetermined decision on what I was saying yesterday to influence. But if I'm wrong,
that's a sign of a man looking to evolve.
Well, I would like to. Life's about change, Steve.
Okay. So, real quick, do we want to say what we thought was the best tasting one first?
No. Here's why I think the way we should roll this out. Now, Marissa's the only one who knows the answers.
Right.
I think we all say what we think number 1 is.
Okay.
And then she'll reveal what it is. And then we all say what we think number 2 is, and so on. Okay. And see if we get it right. All right. I thought number 1 was Jif.
I too thought number 1 was Jif.
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Wow.
So again, I don't know the difference between Jif and Peter Pan, so I went Peter Pan.
Okay. And Nick?
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Okay. And Marissa, what is number 1?
Confirming that number 1 is the clear spoon.
Yes. Number 1 is the clear spoon.
It's Peter Pan.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Mind blown,
dude. Hang on, because all right, never mind.
Well, we'll find out at the end.
All right.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Oh my God!
All right.
The world is upside
So
down.
I was the only one that got it right, by the way.
You were?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you said you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy gets it. All right. So for the white spoon, the second one, I thought that was Skippy.
I thought that was Peter Pan.
Okay.
I thought it was Skippy.
Yep.
Jif.
All right.
Skippy.
And what is number 2?
Kathy wins again. It's Jif.
I identified Skippy before I even tasted it. I knew it by the look.
Unreal.
Wow.
Okay.
So that was Jif.
That was Jif, and then the
number
colored-
3 I had is Peter Pan.
And number
That's-
3, I had
Peter.
Skippy.
Yeah, Steve,
Sorry.
I had
Steve, you and I had all 3 the same.
Same thing. Yeah.
So did I had the same as you, Preston, and I am just my world's upside down. I was wrong with what I said yesterday.
Well, wait till you get to the taste.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second.
Wait till you get to the taste because then it's inverted my perception.
All right, so hang on a second. So the colored spoon was Skippy?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
All
was
right.
Skippy.
So here's
I got them all wrong.
Oh, I felt
too.
I got the last one right. I got Skippy right, and I'm so glad that we did this blind taste test because I'll reveal something a little bit later.
All right. So I ranked as the best tasting one as number 1, and it turns out that is Peter Pan.
Right, which is what you said yesterday.
Which is what I said. Yeah. Okay.
Preston, I rated as the best tasting the third, the colored spoon.
So Skippy.
which is what you and I said, Steve.
Yes, yeah.
And I did the same thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thinking that the white spoon was Peter Pan, I ranked that the best, and as it turns out, it was Jif that was the best in my eyes,
all right,
my mouth. And I also, I just want to point out that I also, not knowing anything, that I ranked Skippy as the worst tasting flavor.
Okay.
Not knowing anything. But I really thought that Peter Pan was going to be the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif.
Well, let me tell you, Peter Pan, to Kathy, I think is the sweetest.
Yeah, so I picked Skippy as number 1 as best tasting, and then the other 2, again, not really knowing the difference, I did not like 3 at all. That was Jif. 93.3 WMMR.
Once again, by body language alone, I can tell that our guests are incredibly impressed with Kathy's traffic reporting. I can see them marveling at you, Kathy, as you do that report. But we are
wild to see it live.
I know.
It's very cool.
We are happy to have our guests in this studio because we can talk about loads of different things with them. One of them being the new show Going Dutch, which you can see tonight on Fox on 9:30. Another one, a show called Chad Powers on Hulu, which is really cool, amongst, like I said, other things. So we want to welcome back to our studio Mr. Tony Yacenda, who is here. And we've spoken about American Vandal before and a few other things. And he was nice enough to bring his wife this morning.
Yes.
And she is the one that stars in the show Going Dutch. We want to welcome Taylor Misiak to the show, too. Hi, Taylor.
Hi.
It is very nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Excellent. Thank you guys for coming in today.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Like I said, there's a lot going on in your world. The show that I mentioned, Going Dutch, how many episodes have aired now? Is it 2?
2 episodes have aired. The third one is coming out this evening.
Okay. And how does it feel so far?
It feels so fun.
Yeah?
It's so fun to be in like a new workplace family dramedy comedy. It's awesome.
I watched both episodes and it was a massive undertaking. It took about an hour, but no, it's really a solid Dennis Leary, and I love the conceit. Why don't you explain the conceit of the show for people who might be interested in watching it, because we're really enjoying it.
Absolutely. So Dennis Leary plays a colonel in the Army who is obsessed with war, and he gets demoted and punished by the higher ups in the U.S. Army who don't love his like rough, gruff, tough to get along with-ness.
And he's recorded.
Yes, he's recorded during
bitching and moaning.
Yes,
Yeah.
He's recorded kind of going on a big old rant and insults a bunch of the chiefs of staff, and they decide to punish him by sending him to the least important U.S. Army base in the world, which is a tiny service base in Holland.
Yeah.
And it is ran by his daughter, who is an estranged daughter. They don't get along at all. They haven't spoken in 2 years. That's the character that I play. And so the real punishment is the mental warfare that this colonel who is so obsessed with war now has to be at the most peaceful base and cooperate it with his daughter, who he does not get along with whatsoever.
So he's like a Patton-esque type guy,
Yes.
and he describes where you are as kind of like a glorified Montessori school.
Yep.
And are there in fact service bases that do things like that, like
Yes.
make cheese and clean laundry?
Yes. So
Really?
our base is based off of a real base that was just recently closed because it had a lot of illegal, not so great doings were happening there. But there's bases that operate just to service other Army bases. So they were doing the laundry for surrounding bases. They'll do laundry for like NATO conferences that are nearby. They do. They create cheese. They just service other bases. Yeah.
Steve, it reminds me a little bit of Sergeant Bilko.
Yes.
Just on the surface. This group is like, all right, what are we going to do with our time? They're not really giving us any real, Army jobs to do.
Well, that's this, because and then there's the bowling thing, and then and he's a fish out of water because he's in this very bucolic, and you guys are all almost. In fact, one of the characters is very hippie-esque.
Yes.
So and we were talking off air, but the gentleman who wrote at least the first 2 episodes, I believe, is the writer of Brockmire.
Yeah, Joel Church Cooper is our showrunner and co-creator, and he is the genius behind Brockmire. Super, super funny, very, very sharp guy.
I just have to jump in here real quick. Doesn't she look like Allison Dunlap?
A little
like
bit.
a friend of ours. And even when you were sitting in the green room, I did a double take because I thought it was her. And so like I'm watching you. You don't talk like her. Your mannerisms are not like her. But your face, your hair color, it's her.
She's a very beautiful young lady.
She's breathtaking.
She is.
Tony, how did you two meet? And how long have you guys been married now at this point?
We've been married since, November 9th?
Yeah, we got married in the middle of me shooting the show.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does that work out? How do you fit that in?
It was a little tough. We shot, obviously the show takes place in Europe, and we shot it in Ireland. And
At an actual base?
At an actual Army base. We were
'Cause it
shooting
looks
at
like
an
it.
Irish Army base, which was
Wow.
really interesting. Kind of embarrassing when we were like pretending to be soldiers next to real soldiers. I wouldn't recommend. But they were very kind and helpful. And then we also had a lot of resources that were like kind of teaching us what was legit and what wasn't.
Okay, so how does this work with you're working with a new group of people, and do you invite them to your wedding, or do
I know.
you not? Or
Dennis gave me a lot of crap for not inviting him to the wedding. He was like, I'm your TV dad. I should walk you down the aisle. I should come sing a song.
That's funny.
But they were really wonderful. We had obviously planned, there's something in show business where we'll be like, oh, if you want to book a job, you plan a vacation. Tony and I planned a wedding, and then we both booked big out-of-town jobs.
Wow.
And the show was really supportive, and they wrote me out sort of half of an episode so that I could fly from Ireland to Los Angeles on a Thursday night, get married on Saturday, and then return on Sunday and go back to set on Monday.
Which means we could have invited all of them. They wouldn't have come. They had to shoot.
I think this is called throwing you under the bus at this point. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Tony, so you guys met, was it a music video? Was that the first time?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, for Lil Dicky, Philadelphia's Own.
Philadelphia's
and
Own.
We worked on a music video, and then subsequently on the TV show Dave,
which
Taylor
took
plays
off.
Allie. Oh, yes.
It was huge. Yeah. I mean, Nick is a big fan. I jumped in and out. I wasn't, but it came. I think Dave hit right in the middle of kind of COVID, right? I mean,
Yes.
and just took off. So
I can't say enough good things about that show. And Taylor, you're fantastic on it, and your relationship with Dave is really interesting to follow because I think your characters love one another. And Tony, you directed and worked on a lot of the different episodes. Is it finished? Is it coming back? What's the status of the show? Do you know? Is it up to date?
Dave's taking a little break. He's taking kind of a Larry David approach to it, where he's gotta live his life in order to make more of the show.
Well, that makes sense because it really is informed by who he is, and you can see a lot of of I guess him as an artist on the TV show Dave, and I don't know him personally, but it seems like it's very Curb-like in that regard.
Yeah, he shares so much of himself on it, and it's such a gift. He devotes so much of his energy. Like, he really is writing and acting and producing and wearing all of the hats. And it's nice that there's been this little break, as much as we love the show, because then it gives us, the two of us, I could say, the opportunity to do things like Going Dutch and then Tony's new show, Chad Powers.
Yeah, and I want to ask about that, but before we get to that, I have to ask you both about Brad Pitt on Dave this year, because he shows up and he plays himself and he's freaking hilarious. What was that like? How did that happen? And it's freaking Brad Pitt. Like, how did he end up on the show?
I've never been more envious of another episodic director. But Ki Tao does a great job directing that episode. I know you wish you were in that episode as well.
Oh my God. It was so painful too. And not only was I not in it, then Brad used my trailer.
Oh.
So they stuck Brad on top of Taylor on the door and sent me a picture. And I was like, this is really just salt in the wound.
The universe is sending you a message.
Yeah.
But the crew was just raving about, like, one of the biggest stars on the planet coming and doing a half-hour show for TV, and he's shooting overnights, which means 12 hours from start at 5 p.m., wrap at 5 a.m., and was there the whole time. And
he has that kind of history. I mean, remember he did that with the Jackass crew. He did the fake abduction.
Yep.
So he seems to be like a kind of go with the guy.
A guy that just wanted to have fun, and that was the impetus of all of it. Obviously, FX isn't going to be able to pay him his rate. He was just a guy who really liked Dave and liked the show, and said, "Yeah, this would be a fun way to spend a couple evenings."
Taylor, you were a sort of your character, Allie, is a compendium of former. This is my understanding. Former girlfriends of yours, correct, Tony?
Of Dave's.
Of Dave's, yes, yeah.
That is, I think that's right. In the folklore of Dave Bird's life before he moves to LA, there's relationships he sings about in certain songs.
Right.
He wanted to bring that element of merging his real life and his, artistic life together, because that's something he had to deal with in his real life.
But it would confuse audiences a little bit, just because Dave is playing a version of himself, Gata is playing a version of himself, and I am playing a fictionalized character. But it is strange that I would get DMs online, or I would meet people in real life who'd be like, "Why would you break Dave's heart?" And I'd have to be like, "Well, I'm an actor, and that's the character I play." And she is just a character that was created to be this vehicle to allow the audience to love Dave when he's in his most deeply flawed moments, which I think is part of what makes the show so great, is that there is this, not unlike Curb Your Enthusiasm, this deeply flawed, idiosyncratic, and honest character is sometimes hard to love.
From what I saw of the show, and having seen a few episodes, it's to compare it to Curb, there seems to be a little bit more of a heartfelt element to it.
I would say so.
Curb is very antiseptic when it comes to true human emotion.
Sure.
Where this has it, when you are part of something, so obviously you have that character, and both of you guys, is it flattering or a little off-putting when you're so closely associated with something and people can't detach from it?
I find it so flattering.
Yeah.
I think it's so sweet when people are absorbing the show so much that they'll see me as a friend. We had a really sweet server at a restaurant who thought very flatteringly that he went to high school with me. And I was like, no, probably not. He was in his 20s.
Right, yeah.
But he was like, oh no, then no, you're Allie from Dave. And I think conflating those two things speaks to like how friendly they feel the cast of that show is, and it makes me feel like it's touched them more and that they're more, I don't know, absorbed in it. Does that make sense?
Cool. It does. It completely makes sense.
Yeah.
I was reading about you, Taylor, and that you had obviously you got interested in show business and you went out to L.A. and you got a receptionist job and started working your way up on the production side of everything. And you actually had a pretty solid job, but you wanted to act. So you did kind of a walkout on the tightrope thing and you quit that job.
Yeah, my parents were so sad.
Like it was pretty heading in a high power way, right?
Yeah, but it's Hollywood's a really interesting place, and I did get this fantastic job where I started off as a receptionist at a production company on Warner Brothers, and then because it was such a small and brand new company, I started doing what's called writing coverage, where I would read screenplays and write the logline and write summaries of the screenplays and then read them to the executives before they went into meetings where they would pretend that they read the screenplays.
I've heard that's a thing. So that really happens.
It's got to be. There's too much.
Right.
There's just too
for
much.
them to read. Yeah.
So I was reading screenplays and then was kind of acting as an executive assistant to a lot of creative executives and was working my way up and trying to audition at the same time. And in that time, I booked my very first co-star where I got to say like 2 sentences on a show, and my character's name was Girl at Bar. And the office was so sweet. They all watched it. We all went into like our president of the company's office and watched it on the big screen. And I was like, I finally made it. And fortunately, I got really fantastic advice from the CFO, and I asked if I could have more time off for auditions. And he was like, look, you're going down the path of you could be working in development and make this something that you really want to do. And maybe one day you could develop your own show to star in, or you can go pursue auditions and really hunker down and make that your goal. And let me tell you something, the reason that waitressing and acting is a cliche is because it works. It's a flexible job and you could do it. And so to have one of my bosses be like, you should basically go waitress.
I mean, there are restaurants. There's one in particular on Broadway. People are trying to make the Broadway tract. And it's populated by waiters and waitresses that will sing because they're all...
Ellen's Starlight Diner in New York City is just amazing.
Because that's the most flexible thing, because auditions are a big time. And it occurs to me that the process of auditioning is a job unto itself.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And they don't really tell you that when you're going to acting school. Not till the very end.
Yeah.
And it's so fun to dive into like learning accents and phonetic alphabets and Shakespeare and all these styles of acting. And then at the very end, it's like, by the way, auditioning is actually the job and you get to act like twice a year. Bye.
Yeah.
And auditioning is just a really, really intense kind of psychotic job interview.
Looking at, as an example, like the movie La La Land, I think probably illustrates that pretty well, right?
Very much so. That movie was very triggering for me.
I can imagine.
Tony, I want to ask you about Chad Powers, but I also really need to know about the Buffalo Wild Wings commercials, because that buffalo is the coolest looking thing I've ever seen on television. How'd you get that gig, and how'd you get that buffalo to do all the things that you guys wanted it to do?
I love Hank dearly, who is voiced by Beck Bennett from SNL.
Oh, he's awesome.
I didn't know that.
Hilarious guy, really
Beck
good.
Bennett,
really good dude.
He first, but a lot of people don't remember, he used to do those commercials for AT&T with the kids.
Yeah.
It
And
was
he's so
effing
funny in those.
hilarious.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You can see why he's so brilliant. And it was interesting shooting with Jason and having,
Kelsey,
because Beck comes on set so he can improvise with the talent. And it was, Jason having just retired and sort of wrestling with like, what is the rest of my life? Obviously, he's doing quite well. But you could see he's like, I'm leaving something that I was best in the world at. And they both had this love-hate relationship with SNL and the NFL, which are like really, it's funny, they're completely different things, but they're both like, if you hear stories about Saturday Night Live, it's they put you through the gauntlet, and it's really cutthroat. But if you're good at it, it's also invigorating. So both these people like had these experiences where they were one of the best in the world at one of the most coveted positions, and leaving it like, wow, I feel healthier and better, but I also miss being in the trenches like that.
Let me ask you to that point, because we're perpetually fascinated with SNL and the Saturday Night movie that Jason Reitman did. was that ever something that you might have turned your attentions towards as a writing or producing? You know, they have the vignettes that they do on, was SNL ever anything that figured in your long-term prospect?
I would say no, because I think most of the people that are on SNL have wanted to do that since they were kids. And when I was in high school, I had delusions where I was going to be Steven Spielberg, you know? And then I realized I was into comedy. And by the time I was doing that, I had like kind of found my own lane.
Yeah.
And SNL was no longer an ambition. I liked the weird specific stuff I was doing.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, Tony Yacenda is who we're speaking to, and his wife Taylor Misiak, who is here as well. And we wanted to get to Chad Powers, the show, and you're directing that. I've only seen the teasers, the ads for it. It stars Glenn Powell, who's obviously a hot commodity.
He's got a little heat right now.
He's doing well. Listen, man, I don't know what. There's so many shows and schedules right now. I don't know what is airing currently and what is not. What's going on with Chad Powers as far as, is it available to watch now?
No, that'll come out in the fall, right before the football season.
Okay, but they've been teasing it, and we've seen some glimpses of it. Tell us,
which is really exciting that they're putting muscle behind it already.
Clearly, they believe in it. So, what can you tell us about that show?
It's based on a sketch that Eli Manning did where he goes to Penn State in prosthetic makeup and pretends to walk on to the Penn State football team. And you got all of these other high school wannabes looking up and being like, oh my God, this guy has a heck of an arm.
Yeah.
The Eli Manning and Peyton Manning's company, Omaha, were like, could this be a real TV show? And I think a lot of people around Hollywood were like, I don't know, it seems like a sketch. But Glenn Powell was like, I think there's something here.
Had they never heard of Ted Lasso? Because Ted Lasso had the same trajectory.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then they just found such a great team. There's a writer named Michael Waldron who comes from the Dan Harmon, like Rick and Morty world.
Yeah. Right.
And then ended up running the show Loki. Brilliant writer. Glenn goes to him and says, could this be a show? And the idea is you have this hotshot quarterback, Russ Holiday, who has his moment, loses everything, and then 8 years later tries to sneak on to an SEC football team.
I love that.
I love this sort of stuff. But, you know, for me, filming football and making it look real, it can be a real chore. And what things that bother me in TV and movies, like when a character is smoking and I go, in my mind, I'm like, that person actually has never smoked a cigarette in my life. You know what I mean? How's Glenn Powell's arm? How does, you know?
Glenn Powell is incredibly athletic.
Okay. Really, he seems to be out of shape.
And worked really hard.
But in shape and being able to throw a football convincingly are two different things. I am not in shape, but I can throw a football, and it looks like I can throw a football. You know what I mean? They're like two totally different things.
Yeah, I don't know you, Casey, but I also like you got to throw the football, not just like a guy who could throw a football, but then like a SEC player.
Right.
So you're like, there's all of these camera tricks we're doing too, because like Glenn Powell can throw a football much better than almost anybody you meet, but he can't throw a football better than, you know,
your average player.
Carson Beck. Yeah. So you have to, you're employing a bunch of where it's like we're bringing in real players that had played for big time blue chip college football programs. Some played in the NFL, and they're like they're on our show, and they're having we have a football coordinator who's like running them through the plays.
Oh, that's wild.
You know, and then it comes to like protecting the edit, which is, I think, where a lot of people get it wrong, is like you see a play and it might work for the emotion and it might work for the story, and the editors and the executives and all of the people are like, they aren't as bothered by that throwing motion as you might be.
Right.
And then it gets in the cut, and sometimes I'm like, you just cut to another angle. You can't. Don't hang your actors out to dry like that.
Do you know that becomes most obvious too? And it's one of the things that action directors talk about. And like, you know, the fight scenes, choreographed fight scenes. And or you look at the boxing in the original Rocky, which plays like real boxing, and then you get to Rocky 3, where he might as well be dressed as a transformer at that point. It's so absurd. But yeah, and then But those are the little things, and you as Tony as a director and a writer and somebody who's kind of overseeing everything from the 30,000-foot view. I guess it must be hard to not get distracted by minutia like that, right? What is the general audience going to process, and what are they going to give a rat's ass about?
Yeah, and some of that, you have those conversations about like what is the most important for this shot or for, and we always go on this one like the subconsciously, even if you're not a real football fan, the more real version is you're going to clock it, and it's going to feel more real, even if you don't know enough about college football to necessarily call us out on it. You'll feel the reality, and then if it feels real, the world building feels real, then all of the dumb jokes that come after are going to be that much funnier.
Taylor raised her hand. You're catching up.
Wow. No, I wanted to say, because I do think that this is a funny, like in the Venn diagram of Tony's mind. I mean, you guys mentioned American Vandal, and that Tony made that show. It's so genius, and part of his secret talent is that he can make things feel so real.
Yes.
To the point where there's plenty of people on this planet who think that Dylan Maxwell was really suspended for drawing the dicks at this high school. Yes. And what's been funny about watching Tony make Chad Powers is that he comes in and it's always his artistic goal to make things feel as like real and believable as possible. But now in this particular instance, he gets to tap into this part of his brain, this huge chunk of real estate that has been dedicated to football and specifically the Philadelphia Eagles since he was an embryo. And that to watch like, all of this that he knows and pays so much attention to about football and the way football looks and the way that people who play football act and all of these different little details is now infused into this television show to make it feel extra real and detailed and nuanced. And he's like, I could call bullshit.
Stuff like that, or bullcrap.
Bullcrap.
But stuff like that attention to detail in comedy. And you're talking about people who leave SNL because they realize it's not tuned in. We were talking about Ben Stiller, who had the same thing. He was doing parody films where he wanted to get in that zone that SNL wasn't resonating at that time. So, but like with American Vandal, when it's just a notch off, to me, that is the most hilarious stuff.
Yeah, it's the stuff that makes me laugh too. The verisimilitude is a word that gets thrown at me sometimes.
I gotta look that up.
You really do try to make it feel real, so that like the stuff that makes me laugh is dumb comedy.
Yes.
Like really dumb jokes, but built on the scaffolding of reality.
If you can make someone for a second go, is this right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the dog looking in a fan.
By the way, I want to point out, Taylor, you justifying his obsession over football, and now is like turning and goes, you see, Mom? I told you someday this would be like some kid who plays video games that goes into someday.
It did work.
Into
it's
a
so
career.
true.
But Tony, like talking about making things seem real, like even the freaking commercials, the bison seems real to me. And you got to shoot the one with Kelsey at the King of Prussia Mall, which I know holds a dear place in your heart, mine as well. And then I was just scrolling back through your Instagram, the Brad Garrett Jimmy John's commercials, where like he's this mobster type character. Did you do more than one of those?
I did a couple of those. Those were a director named Craig Gillespie, who is one of my heroes, started that campaign.
Okay.
And he's incredible. Brad is so funny in this role.
But it seems real. Like it's like this dude was in the mafia at one point and now he's owning a
You would
sandwich
think it
shop.
was a Scorsese.
Yeah.
Yeah, they set the language of that, so it was fun stepping into that campaign because they made it look like a real Scorsese. It was he took the Goodfellas language and applied it to a guy who was mad about Jimmy's John's having the greatest ingredients.
Now, Taylor, we know about Tony because we've had him here before and his, growing up in Philadelphia and his background and all that. Where are you from?
I'm originally from California, but I moved around a lot. My dad had sort of a traveling salesman type job. So I've lived in California and Oklahoma and New Hampshire and Minnesota and New York.
Wow.
Were you San Francisco? Is that where?
I was born in San Francisco, but I lived in San Jose till I was 10. A lot of my family still lives in that area, like the Bay Area.
Where'd you live the longest of your childhood, would you say?
Well, I've now lived in Los Angeles the longest in terms of my life. And I did live in California the longest because I lived there until I was 10 years old.
You don't have any property that's subject to what's going on there now, do you? With the
No,
fire?
fortunately, we're safe, thank God. And a lot of our friends and coworkers and stuff in our inner circle have either evacuated or are safe, which is good.
I wanted to ask about, because you're sitting so close to me, I see your little charm necklace that you have on here. Is this representative of your life? Are these various things that are important to you?
You know, there is a place in Los Angeles called Charmed LA, and I brought a friend there.
them.
It's so cute, right? So I brought a friend for her birthday. She's a wonderful writer. She actually wrote on a show that Tony did called Players. Her name's Natasha Cannery, and we thought it would be this cute thing to go make charm necklaces. And it's kind of funny because you walk in and there's an abundance of charms, and you go, "Oh my gosh, so cute! We're gonna have such a great time." And then you smash cut to us like sweating and red faced, being like, "What is the best charm to go on this necklace?" And there's just so many. What like artistic direction do I go in? What does this symbolize?
So it's a high pressure version of
so
Build-A-Bear.
high pressure. It's not fun at all. It becomes not fun at all. We weren't even talking. She was like mad I brought her. She was so angry. It took us an hour and a half. We were starving by the end of it. And I did pick like sort of a theme. I got married this year. I shot a show in Ireland this year. I had a bachelorette trip to Vegas. So I went with like lucky wedding love themes. And even then I was still ripping my hair out. But thank you for noticing. I do love to wear it.
It's the one, I noticed the Ace of Hearts, so that's got to be Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a
all right.
Vegas where
Yeah.
there's a plane and a passport. It was a very, in a lot of ways, it was a very lucky year for me. I got to make him my legal property.
Oh, there you go.
Exciting.
Whenever you can hone a human being, that's always wonderful, right?
There's a similar shop in Montauk, New York. I vacationed there, and I had a similar experience. And we had like kids with it. We were going to let the little girls do it. And we ended up putting everything back and leaving.
Yes.
It was packed. It was a rainy day in a beach town.
Yep.
So many people were in there again, like same like you, sweating. Like kids were taking their their sweatshirts off, and we
This
were like, we're
sounds
getting
very
out of here.
unpleasant.
It's super unpleasant. And they trick you. They really trick you. And each bead is like $9. And you're like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do anything.
That is literally like the Build-A-Bear thing where you go in, and this is going to be sweet and wonderful. And then by the time you're done, you could have actually, the money you spent, you actually could have built a living bear.
You're looking at a girl who's like 9 Build-A-Bears, so I hear you.
But you know what? It's giving people too many choices. Like at Build-A-Bear, they're like, do you want a heart in your bear or not?
Yeah.
So like at least it's that. But with charms and anything in life, when you have too many choices, you can't make a decision.
It's too much.
It is funny because like it ends up being sort of this trendy thing. And my wife is an artist and she makes them. And by far her hottest seller right now are charms. And it's just one of these things where like they probably in 2 years it won't be as hot as it is right now. But the fact that you're wearing them is kind of a cool thing.
Hey, thanks.
Kath, I literally just watched this reel yesterday where this guy, he owned a shoe store. And so
I know it.
you
I
saw it, right?
I saw
this
it.
is crazy.
Yeah.
But like they would say, all right, woman would come in and say, oh, I want to look at those shoes, right? So she would take down a pair of shoes. And then let me see those shoes. And then so now she's looking at 2 pairs of shoes. And then if she asked for a 3rd pair of shoes, the shoe seller would say, well, which pair do you want me to put back? Because if they had to choose between 2, they would choose. If they had to choose between 3, they wouldn't choose any.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they only have 2 pairs of shoes at all times. He makes sure that there's no more than 2 pairs of shoes with them. He'll take the other box and put it back.
That seems stressful too.
Yeah, it does. Tony, you going to the game this Sunday?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is that why you're here? I wasn't sure if you guys were here to promote the show or if you were just in town visiting family.
You did Jason Kelsey's show. You did an episode of that, correct? You did the.
I wish. No, the only time I met Jason Kelsey was through a CGI buffalo.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
thought you were one of the names listed for because he's doing like 5 or 6 of them.
No, but if you could put in a good
put in a
word
good
somehow.
word, yeah.
But are you here just to visit family, or was this?
We
I think so.
also live here part time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're spending time part in LA, part in Philadelphia. And
What do you think of it? What do you think? Had you been to Philadelphia before, Taylor?
So as you guys know, I moved around a lot. So I love it. My favorite place to live was New England. I lived in New Hampshire for a while and absolutely loved it. And then started dating Tony, and we would come visit his family who live in the suburbs of Philly. And then we would slowly start doing hotels tonight and stay one night in Philly. And then the next trip we would stay 2 or 3 nights in Philly. And then all of a sudden we were spending a lot of time in Philly, and I really fell in love with it. Some people might say he brainwashed me, but I love it so much. It's the best food, it's the best people, it's the best sports.
Are you going to the game on Sunday too?
My nephew is visiting, and I don't want to bring my 8-year-old nephew. I went last weekend.
How about Build-A-Bear?
I sat in the bird's nest.
Oh,
yeah, pretty cool. So I'll let Tony go and brave the weather, and I'm going to watch it at home with my nephew.
All right.
Tony, we've talked about this before, but the number of Philly transplants in LA, and then they end up hanging out with one another. And I know you're friends with our buddy Blake Wexler, who interned here a long time ago. Can you talk a little bit about the Philly community in Los Angeles, going to Eagles bars and that kind of thing?
You know what's wild is while doing Chad Powers, one of the EPs of the show is also from Philadelphia. And Blake reminded me that we watched the Super Bowl at his house. At a big Super Bowl party.
In L.A.?
In L.A. We find the video that we've seen. Taylor took a video of Blake and I embracing after the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
Crying, yeah.
And then I see in the video, I'm like, oh my God, that's Adam Fasulo, the EP of Chad Powers, is the second person I embrace. We don't talk for another 5-6 years after the happiest moment of our lives. And now
that's how it works,
we're back
right?
in the trenches, and there is a real sort of fraternity that is entirely based around Philadelphia sports.
Yeah.
You'll bump into all of them
Adam
when the
McKay's
Eagles
out there, yeah.
Yeah, he reps the teams. You'll see him at the you'll see these people at the Rams game, Eagles Rams. It was a real takeover, and
I love that.
it was really fun.
It's terrific.
Nice.
Now we got part 2 this week.
Part 2 this
Hopefully it goes as well. I'm feeling good.
All right.
Well, enjoy while you're there. Well, listen, we're glad you guys had some time to come by here today. It's great to catch up with you, Tony, and wonderful to meet you, Taylor.
The show's very funny.
guys.
I was listen. The proof was in the pudding. I was laughing throughout it, and you're great. And to see Dennis Leary again back on TV is awesome.
Thank you so much. Tonight's episode is one of my favorites.
Oh, is
That's
it?
really
Okay,
funny,
awesome.
yeah.
It's at 9:30 on Fox, and it is called Going Dutch, so make sure you check that out. And then, Tony, we'll keep an eye on Chad Powers. That's on Hulu, and that doesn't come out until the fall. Maybe we'll talk to you before it actually comes out again if you want.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Just to spread the word about it. So, all right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Wonderful that you came by this morning. Let's hear it for Taylor Misiak and Tony Yacenda. We are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Our good friend, Mr. Michael Barkann. We'll talk birds and more when we get back. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3
Peter Pan was number 2
I
for me.
believe Peter Pan does have the most sugar of all 3.
Really?
No, Kath, you said number 3 was Jif. Number 3 was
No. I rated Jif number 3 in taste.
Okay.
So I didn't like the Jif. I liked the Peter Pan better.
Marissa, by the way, how did our Twitter poll turn out? Because that should be done by now. It was 24 hours ago, roughly, that we did
That's
that.
a good question. I'll pull it up right now.
So she put the 3 out, and at the beginning, Peter Pan was just getting crapped on. And I took
Here,
a
it
little
looks like it's up here on the screen.
All right, so the results are in. Yeah, we have it. Number 1 is Skippy.
Wow.
Number 2 is Jif, and then absolutely way in the back distance is Peter Pan.
So I'm going to say Peter Pan was my favorite of the taste.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this just, my sense of all of my senses, my smell, my taste, it just, I knew I was going to be able to do this.
Okay. Yeah, you have very sharp senses.
Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but we did water years ago, and I was able to.
We said we were going to do it. Did we actually
We
do
did it, and I was able to pick because I knew I could pick Evian out of the other bottled water, and I think the other one maybe was Poland Springs or Fiji, something like that. But I was able to do it. There's something in that Evian water that I can taste.
Well, so can you just check on the back of the notion that Peter Pan, and Nick, is that what you said, that Peter Pan has the most?
That's what I heard. When we were talking about this yesterday,
All right,
and
so
people
here
were
we go.
posting on social media that
Because you really want as much sugar as you can in any product.
Yes.
Calorie-wise, they're only 10 apart, and the most calorically high is Peter Pan. It's got 200 calories per serving, which is 2 tablespoons, and the other two have 190, so it's neck and neck.
About the same, yeah.
But as far as the sugar content goes, it looks like they all have 3 grams of sugar.
There you go.
Although Skippy has a little extra. It says total sugar's 3 grams, includes 2 grams added sugars.
Well, what does that mean?
The other ones don't have. Or wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. They have it as well. I just didn't see
They
that
all have added
So
sugar.
it only
Yeah,
has
so they all have the same sugar.
3 grams of sugar, but with an additional 2 grams, which
So-
I would figure that to me is 5 grams.
No, it says includes. So it's
So 3
not.
grams
It's
of
not
sugar
like a-
includes 2 grams of
It's
sugar.
not like a natural sugar. They've
Yeah.
added it to the
added
product.
1 gram of natural sugar, 2 grams of added sugar. So just so you guys know,
Gotcha.
I have for the past year and a half have been really paying attention to added sugars and trying not to have added sugars in my
No, we
diet.
know that.
Yeah.
So, which you take your preference taste here was which one, Case?
Skippy.
Skippy. No. It was
Yeah,
Jif.
it was.
No, it was Jif.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be. I thought it was Peter
You
Pan.
wanted it to be.
Okay. I
If
gotcha.
you believe in peanut butter,
Yeah.
clap your hands.
Right. And Casey likes to add honey to. He turned me on to the honey peanut butter sandwich, which was good.
Honey's
It
high in
wasn't-
calories too.
Oh yeah. But it was. I liked it. I'm not as gaga about it as you are.
Are you doing it with chunky peanut butter or creamy?
Creamy.
Okay, you got to
We
try
went-
it with chunky.
We went creamy because creamy is my preference. Actually,
It's the classic.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So.
That seems like so much. What do you need more?
Yeah. What kind of animal? are you?
But you do put jelly on peanut butter, and that's a
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a good
standard.
point.
So
That's
and
a-
it's
that's
got to
a good
be.
point, yeah.
Do you go with
just as
chunky jelly or
sugary. Well,
that's
that
why-
would be marmalade.
marmalade?
Yeah.
But that's
I do
why-
like marmalade.
I do
though.
like marmalade,
All
too.
of that stuff that you. This is a nice healthy breakfast, and it's only 41,000 calories.
Well, so listen, it's maybe not the healthiest, but if I'm using like a good like Ezekiel bread or like
Or Jebediah.
or a Jebediah bread, no, but Ezekiel bread's really good. It's like natural ingredients, and if I'm using an organic chunky peanut butter and honey, I'm like that's calories or sugars or whatever aside, like that actually is all like kind of natural-ish, So I feel,
Natural-ish.
Well, I feel
No, you're right.
and I feel better about that.
No, there
you know?
is a mindset, and and it is a legitimate nutritionist sort of take on things. If you're going to go with the natural sugar, go with the things, substitutes and chemicals as you start to add in that stuff.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to come up against problems. Eat as much. Take in as many calories as you can in every day, and make sure whatever you're eating is absolutely jammed with sugar.
And sprinkle
I think that's the
aspartame
best
all
way.
over it as well.
Aspartame,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Somebody just reminded me of something. You remember that time my mom made me make her a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich?
Yeah.
And then
You
we found
actually-
out somebody had texted in just now and said that they did peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches, and I was like, I could barely make it for her. This is a woman I've known my entire life, and I never knew she liked peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches. And apparently, it's fairly common in the South. And
You
that's
were very honest. You said you close fist punched her.
I was close to it. I mean, like, how dare you? Ooh, it's gross.
To me, that has no word. There is no place for that in my life.
But some people see it as adding even more of a creamy texture to it, and that's
No.
what does it. But no,
No.
I can't see that.
No.
So we had what started this off yesterday was the Peter Pan theme or the jingle.
Right.
And how did that go?
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands.
I don't remember that, but I do remember Choosy Mothers Choose Jif. What about Skippy? What was there?
Frigid mothers choose.
Frigid Mothers
what is
Choose
it?
Skippy. But we do know Annette Funicello
was
a longtime spokesperson. In fact, Steve, when they did
Back to the Beach,
she had like
jars of it.
peanut butter that was the size of like a keg of beer.
And the kids going, I hate this peanut butter.
So one of the Skippy slogans is "Spread on the smiles."
And
I don't remember
Skippy Yippy.
Oh, Skippy Yippy.
2 in the pink, 1 in the peanut.
Oh, okay.
No.
One in the peanut. Okay, I'm aware of that.
Those things that caught on because honestly, one of the first jingles you'll probably, as a kid, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is sort of a de facto sandwich. So yeah, do you remember having I don't remember if I was actually that much of a snob when it came to peanut butter when I was a kid. I just got what I got. I think it was.
We just always had Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So that was my peanut butter. And I didn't really turn my nose up to other peanut butters, if I recall.
I used to do at Whole Foods. I used to do the where you just grind up the peanuts, and that's what I would make Jace for lunch. And no, listen, he had it for years, and he loved it. And then somebody gave him Skippy peanut butter, and he was like, "I don't want that other peanut butter. I want this."
You're tearing me apart.
We were a Jif household growing up, so that's why I got used to it. And that's why I wanted to rank it number one. And turns out I like Peter Pan better.
Listen,
but
it takes a big man to admit that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm still going to keep buying Jif because I don't like change that much.
Because choosy mothers choose Jif.
Right. But my dad would always make peanut butter and banana sandwiches, just like Elvis. So he would toast the bread, peanut butter
Those
on
are
top,
good.
and then
By the way, they're
sliced
good.
banana. Yeah.
Nick, have you had them?
Oh, that's what I was just saying. That growing up, that's my dad would make.
I thought he was making them just for him. Yeah,
No.
they're excellent sandwiches. Yeah. In fact, Elvis used to fly his personal Learjet, have somebody fly it to Las Vegas because there was a chef there who made them exactly the way he loved them because they would put bacon in them as well and then fly them back to Memphis.
Wait, hold on. This is probably going to be a whole other debate, but I would not eat a peanut butter banana sandwich. It has to be open face.
Wait, so you would eat those ingredients, but not as a sandwich?
Not as a sandwich. It has
Too
to
much
be an
bread.
Interesting.
open face. Yeah.
I would prefer that open face, and I also prefer it toasted too.
What kind of bread? Does
But
that
I wouldn't. I do white sandwich bread.
I go rye.
Oh, rye.
Right.
Telling you.
You're
That's the
throwing
way
us all
white
off.
supremacists eat it.
Step into my kitchen.
That's weird.
It's good.
Because rye has more of, I don't want to say like a savory flavor. Maybe it does.
Maybe
you know
it's
what
just
I mean?
what I grew up with, and that's why I loved it so much. But yeah, rye, toasted, peanut butter, Jif, and bananas.
I could do wheat or white.
Yeah, I just got a text from a guy who says that he would make peanut butter and fresh cherry sandwiches. So I guess he would take the cherries, soap it,
Soap it.
chop them up.
Weird.
Well,
it's kind of jelly-ish, I guess.
but
right?
then I was thinking, so I might try that. But then I was thinking, like, well, why not just cut up some grapes and make a peanut butter and grape sandwich? Isn't that what grape jelly and
No.
strawberry jelly?
No, I don't think that would
Stop
work
it.
out. Yes, it's crazy talk.
I don't know.
It's more
thinking, like,
natural.
No.
Then now I'm starting to think
Try
of
it,
other
Casey.
fruits like
I will. I'll
apricots
try it.
and stuff like that. That might work.
Maybe that's where the cherries come. Well, no, because don't you? Yeah. I don't know.
Cherries come from God.
I was going to say like the flavoring of the jelly.
How do you make jelly?
You buy it at a store.
Do you know the difference?
There's no way to
jelly?
make it. You can only purchase
Hey,
it.
we could get Carter on because he made jellies and jams like crazy. There's
That's
a difference
right.
between jelly and jam. It must be jelly because jam don't shake like that. Or you can jam your D down your
Right.
But you can't
right.
jelly.
All right.
Could you please pass
jelly
the
your
jelly?
D down your girlfriend's throat.
Okay.
That's an old joke. Anyway,
Bill told
Yes,
that.
that was
Bill was
loves
telling
it.
us that.
Yeah.
one.
The dad joke.
Anyway,
That's a Bob Hope joke.
Inappropriate.
I want to
What-
tell you, you can jelly your.
Kathy, one of them is made from the actual fruit. Another is made from the juice of the fruit. So, and I think a jelly is made from the juice of the fruit.
Yeah, that
I'm
seems
not
right.
And then
100% sure.
Juicy fruit is going to move you.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right through you.
with your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, when you do make them, and probably don't make a lot these days, but to me, the toasting of the bread is an essential. If you want the absolute experience, the way it should be, to let that peanut butter melt a bit. You were saying this as well, Preston. That is what makes it glorious.
Yes.
That's a transcendent sandwich.
By the way, here it is. Jam is made, a thick spread made from fruit juice, chopped, crushed, or pureed fruit and sugar. Pectin may also be help it gel, but jams are usually looser than jelly.
You mean like sluttier?
And jelly is made from fruit juice. Okay, there you go. As the juice of the fruit, and then sugar, and then pectin is that stuff that makes it gelatinous.
And what are your guys' stances on squeezable jelly?
It's okay.
If the jelly's decent, it usually isn't though. It's usually
Yeah.
like low rent Welch's.
All right, so we've determined Kathy's the peanut butter queen.
Yeah. Absolutely.
She knows her stuff,
But-
most definitely.
We were right on the best tasting.
Yeah, you
At
and
least
I.
for
Yeah.
our palates.
Yeah.
And some surprises along the way. Nick, what did you rank as the best tasting?
Peter Pan.
It's Peter Pan.
Yeah, and I thought it was
going to
be Jif's. Yeah, so-
How about that?
I know.
Eye-opening here on the Preston and Steve Show. Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture added the calorie pear, or Pyrus calorenia, commonly called the Bradford pear tree, to a list of noxious weeds, plants that cannot be legally sold or cultivated in the state.
Wow. So it adds the list that is populated by the durian and other.
Well, no, it's considered invasive. So, so this is these are the semen trees.
What?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So the popular non-native flowering fruit tree naturalizes, spreading from planted landscapes, crowding out other plants, and disrupting native ecosystems.
So the semen tree is considered an invasive species?
Check that, Nick. Double check and make sure the Bradford pear is the one we're talking about.
If you don't know, this is a plant, a tree, I guess,
It's a
that
tree, yeah.
every year emits a smell that many have said, and I agree, smells like semen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's them.
That's okay. So this is it. So it apparently it crowds out other plants, disrupts native ecosystems. The ban on sale and cultivation will take effect on February 9th, with enforcement phased in over 2 years.
I'm surprised because landscapers will sell a lot of these. They'll use them in office parks and people's backyards and whatever. So this is a moneymaker for a lot of those places. I'm really surprised they came down with a ban.
Well, it's a beautiful tree.
Yeah.
And when it does create that scent, it's got these beautiful white blooms. It's just gorgeous.
it looks
I
gorgeous.
have 3 of them in my backyard.
I have a weeping vagina in my backyard.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's, well, you know what it smells like, but it's just, it's beautiful.
Okay. Now you got me thinking of Pussy Willows. I wouldn't necessarily categorize this scent as noxious, though. I mean,
it is different.
If you are around a bunch of them,
mm-hmm.
like I have been in proximity to several of them, and it's like overpowering. Now, not noxious to the scent of I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Right.
But definitely like, wow, this is overpowering. So, but it's apparently I guess it's taking up too much space. It's invading the area, and it's not native in the area. So, according to the agricultural secretary, the calorie pear is another non-native plant that was brought to the country for its beauty and rapid growth without regard to its long-term potential harm to our environment and food supply.
I didn't realize it was that sort of
Much, Kathy. Well, the Sixers are going to stay in South Philly. The Birds are playing this weekend. We got things to talk about. And who do we call? Michael Barkann. NBC Sports Philadelphia. What's up, my man?
That is correct. Thank you.
That
Great
is
to see
correct.
you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are you? Kathy, you need a chopper. I was just thinking. And not like a bike. I mean like a chopper.
we had her up in a chopper one time to see if she could identify the streets from the air.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. They have it. No, they have it all wrong. First of all, it was not a chopper. It was a little tiny thing that scared the ever living hell out of me. It was a
helicopter.
It was a helicopter.
It was
right?
not what is typically identified as a chopper. Like,
How about this? Next time you do traffic, this is Kathy Romano of the Schuylkill Expressway. It looks like it's jammed up.
Just to make it sound like I'm up there?
That'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Wow, they really increased the budget. Son of a gun. What's going on, everybody? Everyone looks bored.
No,
Okay.
everything is good.
Thanks. Great.
We had a very kinetic segment last time, and we're just taking a break now with you.
By the way, Tony and Taylor. Love
wonderful.
Tony
aren't they?
Yacenda.
He was
The
super
stuff-
excited to meet you, Michael.
I was stunned.
Yeah, it was nice.
I was stunned, and the stuff he's done has been incredible.
Yeah.
But, sometimes I don't realize, I don't know if it's the same with all of you, but some of the people who are now megastars, if you will, they grew up listening to you, know?
Yeah.
It's the same people had the misfortune to watch me. and it's Shane Gillis. Went backstage to see Shane. He's like, "What's up, Michael?"
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Most of our people are in prison, so that's
Okay.
we get a lot of letters from federal penitentiaries.
I understand.
But no, it is weird when you have somebody who has achieved, something who comes back and says they enjoyed the show. It's always very nice.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, speaking of nice, we brought you in this morning. Is it going to be a nice weekend, do you think? It's
going to be a great weekend.
All right.
Usually I get very nervous. The Green Bay game, I thought they were going to really pound them. It didn't work out as strongly as I thought, but they still obviously won the game. And I think with the Rams, they beat the Rams 37-20 in Week 12 in November. It was the Sunday before Thanksgiving. They went out there and they beat them. And it would have been 37-14, but the Rams scored a last-minute touchdown with a minute left.
Yeah, like garbage time, garbage yards,
Yes,
garbage
Case.
touchdown. I mean, it still goes in the stat books, but sometimes the stat books will lie to you a little bit.
They will.
And and I remember that because there were a couple of games in a row, like where the opposing quarterback ended up having statistically a nice game, but it was like, but you did that at the end of the game when we had already really secured things. My line of thinking is I don't like to get too ahead of myself. I know that this is a really good team, and I know that this team should have legitimate Super Bowl aspirations. But you still have to play the game, and you're still playing against other grown men, who are, arguably the best at their craft as well. I was listening to our friend Tyrone down the hall last week, or yesterday, I should say, and he's like, I don't know why people go in the favor of the opposing team when they, you know what I mean? When they're thinking, things could go wrong. Well, what if things go right?
Well, because we're in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why.
It's just
that
force
don't
of habit.
happen here, man. No, it does. Of course it happens.
But when you
Once
get down
or
to
twice.
this, obviously everything can change. But also when you're desperate or that adrenaline is coming in, it's a do or die situation. Anything can happen, obviously, right? But on paper, things look very promising.
On paper, they look great. If we were playing paper football, like when you skip class, like, come on, Steve, give me the goalpost.
Absolutely,
Steve. yeah.
In the cafeteria.
If we were doing it that way, it would be 100-0 in favor of the Eagles. But they actually, and here's the other thing. I'm thinking of all the sports, the four major sports, the coaching comes into play way more in football. It is highly choreographed, and you have to respond appropriately. The offense is going to send something out there. Defense has to respond. Sometimes the defense dictates, and the offense has to respond.
Right.
And no one knows what the other's doing. It's a little bit easier on the defense in that they know the play that's called. But if the offense comes in there, like, they blitzed, they sent an extra player, now I'm on my back. And that's what happens.
Yeah.
So you got to figure that out. So I think, I hope Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator of the—put your hand down— of the Eagles, will come up with a great game plan. I think he will. Yes, Nick McElwain, Post Gazette. What are you, Helen Thomas?
You're the one who addressed me that way. This is not the White House press corps. The head coach of this team is a really polarizing guy. There's a lot of people that love to hate on the dude. I don't know enough about coaching to be critical, right? It's not my job. It never will be my job. But here's what I know. The guy wins. And when people are critical of Nick Sirianni, I understand the criticism. What are your thoughts on him? Because it seems to me like he just finds ways to get the team the victories.
And that is the bottom line. That's it. It's the wins and losses and the winning percentage. And the guy's got top 3 win percentage all time. Now, he has way less games than someone like, say, Bill Parcells, but his winning percentage is amazing. He does just win. And I always wanted to know the secret sauce for Nick Sirianni. I don't know what
it's
that
ranch
is.
dressing.
It could be. Ken's. It could be.
Ken's is good.
Ken's is good.
It's for my balsamic
Hi,
vinaigrette, Ken's.
Yeah. I'm Nick Sirianni for Ken's. If you're wondering how I do it, check the back of the bottle.
That's my recipe.
But when you look at what he does, and now he's known as a CEO coach because he's not calling the plays on offense. They have Kellen Moore this season as offensive coordinator, Vic Fangio as defensive coordinator. But what he does do is motivate the team and help keep the team together when they hit a road bump. And I think he's done that really, really well. And you can't deny. We all need a pat on the head and a pat on the butt. We don't think we do, but we do. And I think this guy has the full attention of the team. He doesn't throw anybody under the bus. He doesn't divulge what's going on with injuries. I think they like him for that, and they respect him for that, and I respect him for that because as his body of work increases, he's still winning.
Yeah.
So it ain't bragging if you can do it.
Yeah.
And I really respect that. I also think we watched that very first news conference that he had in 2020, I think it was. And we all said, and I heard it, so it wasn't as bad. It was like the Kennedy-Nixon debate.
Right,
you know?
yeah.
I heard what he said,
Yeah.
and he sounded okay to me because we were on the air. It was COVID, and I was listening. But people who watched it said, "Did you see this guy? Oh my goodness, we hired him." But when you just heard it, he sounded fine. He sounded a little shaky. I thought, okay, it's his first day as an NFL head
bright
coach.
lights, man. Yeah.
Exactly.
I like him, and I like that his players like him, or at least that his players seem to like him, and that they play for him. He does confuse me from time to time with some of the decisions that he makes.
Like what? What does he confuse you with?
Well, there were a couple
Going
of games.
pantsless?
No, I'm not confused
really
at that at all.
fashion forward.
No, but there were a couple of, and I feel the same way about Dan Campbell, who was the other coach for the Lions, and sometimes he makes decisions. I don't know if he's making decisions with his nuts or if he's using his brains, but there were a couple of times, and I want to say. One of the times was in the Rams game, believe it or not, when we were getting towards the end of the fourth quarter, end of the second half.
Oh, cheese and crackers. It was fourth quarter.
I'm sorry.
End to go.
End of the first half. Just like game management stuff, right? Like just simple stuff like, burning timeouts when you don't need to burn timeouts, or not burning timeouts when you should be burning timeouts. There was the one against the Commanders where it was coming down to the end of the first half, and he was burning timeouts like crazy. And you didn't have to. We were in a first and goal situation. We did not need to call timeouts. Washington they did have 2 timeouts. At this point, I'm like, this is elementary football right now. You don't burn the timeouts. You make them burn the timeouts. And he burned them. And then we ended up maybe only getting a field goal out of this situation. And then we gave the ball back to them with 50 seconds left.
This is the second game.
This is the first game, actually. Yeah. But just simple things like that.
Do you see that? Do you see him with Casey's point? Do you see
I
he's a
do
little
occasionally.
frivolous?
I do occasionally. At the same time, we don't know what's being said from the press box and the coaches in the press box to the sideline, or maybe they can't communicate a play properly. They all make mistakes. It does happen. And you have to be, it's so highly choreographed that if you're not on it perfectly, then you got to stop everything and say, let's reset. And it is frustrating, especially if it's a close game, it's in the second half, the timeouts are in a premium, and you really want to make sure you've got enough left to be able to come back if you're behind, or to do what you need to do.
Let me ask a question. So,
Steve,
the Times Courier,
Steve, WMMR.
yeah,
Steve Times Courier.
So if we try, Casey bleeds green, and obviously we're dialed in, and we enjoy the sport and so on and so forth. But you're a coach like Sirianni, and what is the level? I mean, you have a closer perspective. What is the level of pressure in game? Do you have? I mean, can you contextualize it for us? Do you have any idea? I mean, all the people that are barking in your ears and all the things you have to juggle, because it all comes down to that. I mean, it must be, almost incomprehensible.
You know what? I don't think there is any pressure in the way that we perceive it. I think that they are so competitive. They don't care about the pressure. They don't even hear, even Nick Sirianni. I remember several times asking Brad Lidge from 2008, you got the crowd on its feet. You got to throw that one more strike. You're facing Eric Hinsky. The World Series is right there. It's on the line. He said, man, I didn't even hear the crowd. I'm looking at Chooch. All I want to do is throw a strike. I've got a batter in the box, and that's the bottom line. And I think it's like you coming in the morning to do the show. You've done it so many times that you're comfortable with it, and if the pressure gets turned up, you know what to do to adjust. And it's the same thing on the sideline, whether it's Brad Lidge or whether it's Nick Sirianni. That guy's not thinking about the crowd. That guy's not thinking, you know what, this could cost me my job if we get bumped from the play. He's not thinking about that. All he's thinking about is, what's the next play that I can call and get it in and be successful?
Because I'm taking it from my perspective. When Nick said we were going to have Michael Barkann in studio today, I pissed myself. I was so nervous.
So did I. I'm wearing Depends right now. Unbelievable. It's special brand. Barkann brand.
Award-winning Michael Barkann.
Award-winning.
Stop. Hang on. Preston Elliott, Hustler Magazine.
Yeah, Hustler. Never heard of that magazine.
Just want to point out.
Seems like you do a lot of good work.
Michael Barkann is the Philadelphia Sports Writer Association's choice for the 2025 Bill Campbell Award for Excellence in Broadcasting.
Thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank my parents for being born. That's the first
My
thing.
Lord and Savior.
Thank you very much, my Lord and Savior. And I'd like to thank all my friends out there.
Have you received the award already, or
No,
is
I'm
this
getting
coming
it.
up?
I'm getting it tonight. But
It's tonight.
Yes, but but I'm doing the show, so I might not be up.
Well,
yeah. I mean, it happens. But
Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway presenting, right?
Are they? No, Jack Nicholson. Come on. Yeah, I mean, please.
Michael, I read the article that you sent, and it was written by our buddy John Marks. It's really nice and has some great things to say about you. But I'd love to get your perspective because it's the Bill Campbell Award. Your perspective on Bill, because he really was a Philadelphia institution and just one of the great original broadcasters in this town. What does Bill Campbell mean to you?
He was from here?
He was from Philly, yeah.
Bill Campbell was the original sportscasting stud. This guy was unbelievable. At one point, this is before the Flyers, he was calling the play-by-play for 3 teams at one time: the Philadelphia Warriors basketball team, the Philadelphia Eagles football team, and the Philadelphia Eagles baseball team. Wow. And then when the Warriors left town, I guess I'll do the Sixers for a little while. And he did that. And he did it with passion. He did it with preparedness. He did it with lightheartedness. And I had the honor and the pleasure to know him a very little bit. I also had the honor to attend his funeral. He passed away in 2014. And he was a great human being. He was so much fun to be around. But at the same time, he was serious about his craft, and he was serious about calling the games. And it was way before he called Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game.
Wow!
When Wilt was playing for the Warriors, it was April of 1962. Steve, you were about 15.
I was about 15.
16 years old.
You also called Chamberlain's his 2000th bedmate, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Hi, we're bedside right now. Wilt Chamberlain is going very well for the Dipper. Yes.
Brought to you by KY Jelly.
It's a Dipper dunk. A Dipper dunk. That's what he said in 1962. This is a weird part about the NBA. In 1962, Wilt was playing for the Philadelphia Warriors. And they would leave after that season to become the Golden State, actually San Francisco Warriors, now the Golden State Warriors of Steph Curry fame. But then Philadelphia Warriors and Wilt, because he was Wilt, lived in Manhattan. And he owned a nightclub in Manhattan, and he drove to the game with the Knicks. They played the Knicks as they did last night. Overtime loss, unfortunately. It was a great game. Thought they might have won it, but no. And so he actually drove back with the Knicks players after the game.
That's wild.
Yeah. And he feigned being asleep as they, you believe what this SOB did to us? 100 points in a basketball game.
It's insane.
It was April of, might have been March, 1962. And if you call the NBA and they put you on hold, you can hear that call.
Let me ask you.
Oh, really? That's really cool.
You can.
Preston asked earlier. So the Sixers staying, in their current home, or at least a variation of it.
So they're staying in the area.
Yeah,
they're staying
within throwing distance
in South Philadelphia. And that's a tough one for me. And I know you and I grew up not too far apart in Long Island and central New Jersey. I love going to Madison Square Garden and walking to a game when I lived in Boston, going to the Boston Garden, walking to a game, taking the T, or in New York, taking the subway. And I thought, that's going to be pretty cool to be in Center City and on Market East. It'll be awesome. I also understand there were city groups, there were the Chinatown groups that did not want this stadium there. And I also think that they finally had the sense, both parties, to get together, Comcast and the Sixers, or Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, and say, how can we make this work and stay there, and how can we both be fruitful here?
Would you, as a betting man, I mean, it was whiplash when we heard that was the final decision, because it looked like it was all but a completely done deal that they were going.
Yeah, I was unsure. I really was unsure, and I think Mayor Sherelle Parker did a great job. I love what she said when she called it a curveball. Yeah. Was not expecting this, and also said, if you think I'm going to let my ego get in the way of what's best for Philadelphia, these two parties, Comcast and Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, came together. But think about it. Had the Sixers been on Market Street.
Yeah.
And pick your favorite concert. Coldplay comes in. Where are they playing?
Yeah.
And now they're playing in one spot. It's going to be Wells Fargo Center or whatever the new arena is going to be called, which should open in 2030.
The Barkann Center.
Barkann Center would be preferable. I think it's a great idea. At the Bark. Hey, you going to the Bark tonight? Watch Coldplay. Yeah.
Speaking of that, the Wells Fargo Center, I mean, they just did a $250 million refurb on it. It looks phenomenal. Are they going to build a whole new stadium? And what is the fate of the current building? Have you heard anything?
I'm collecting pieces of the court already. Hey, you going to use that? I got a little chip of ice for the Flyers. And no, I think they're going to. I agree with you, first off. I think they did a great job.
Yeah.
Dan Hilferty did a great job. He's the chairman of Comcast Spectacor. The building looks awesome when you consider that, 1996, April 97?
World Cup of Hockey, 1996,
Was
I was there. I sat in
were
every
you
seat.
really?
I sat in every seat
That
in the
was
building.
6 or 7? That was
it's 96.
96.
Yeah.
So think about that.
And you work there every day. I mean, that's where your office is. I think that's what gets me most about it. Is like, I understand the ego and the money and the desire for a Sixers to have their own building and all that kind of stuff. It's just not necessary. Like all the money that they spent on the Wells Fargo Center, it's a great building. So what happens to the current building and where will the new one go?
The current building they're going to make into a shaky, like a snow globe. It's going to be nested on a very, very big desk. Remember this? Imagine that. No, the current building's going to be torn down at some point, and I don't know. I don't have the plans on me right now, but they're going to build another Wells Fargo Center, for lack of a better word. Yeah. And I believe the Comcast Spectacor will have the naming rights for it. Thus, I will get the Bark.
Right. It's just insane to look at that building as it is with all the modifications and realize within just a couple of years, they're going to demo it.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be spectacular. Whatever they're going to do,
nuclear bomb.
It's going to be amazing, and I'm looking forward to it. To a 2031.
Yeah.
So you're going to be pushing 50.
Yeah.
And
for the second time.
I'll be 45.
Nice.
And yes,
be
Kate.
30.
But footprint-wise, I just don't. Where are they going to put it? Is it going to end up in one of the lots? Will they go to the other side of 95 and do something on the grounds of the Navy Yard or
directly on 95?
Yeah. I really don't know. I really believe that, and this all must have happened fairly quickly because I think they realized, you've heard of divide and conquer. This is unite and conquer.
Yeah.
We're better together than we are apart. And this way, everybody can share in the success and the upcoming wealth that will be amazing for that whole area. Also, remember, way back when the late, great Ed Snyder was still alive, there was supposed to be a whole shopping, where Xfinity Live is.
We were talking about that.
Xfinity Live
We
is
saw the
like
plans.
a pimple compared to what it was supposed to be.
Yep.
A condo building,
hotels,
shops,
promenades,
everything. And I believe there's going to be an underground garage, so all the parking spots that will be seemingly lost will be made up for. There'll be underground parking. It's going to be really cool. Where they're going to put it, I don't know. I don't think it'll be on the other side of 95, but I think probably anything's up for grabs. The same, how about FDR Park, which is across Broad Street, which I hope not. It's a lot of green space, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be cool. Preston.
I love the idea of the Bark because there's so many things. It turn into a nightclub in the evening. It's the Bark after dark. And
by the way, across 95 is where they do Bark in the Park for the footballers.
Yes.
How about Bark in the Park at the Bark?
Yes. MC'd by the Bark.
Marky Mark.
Do we have to think of everything?
Yeah. Tony Stark.
That's why I come on this show.
This isn't just some lark.
Hey, don't give me the snark.
Mark.
Way to hit your mark.
Okay. Yes, more.
So last time we were here, we spent a little time where we turned the tables and you interviewed the members of the Preston and Steve show. Do I understand we're doing that again today?
Yes, I do. Yes.
He's reaching into his...
We need special music or something like that.
Do we have any Bark music?
Any Bark music?
How much is that doggy in the window?
How much is that?
Been caught stealing starts with barks.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Casey's got something right.
How long do we have for this?
And now, Michael Barkann interviews members of the Preston and Steve show.
Oh Oh man!
Brought to you by the Bark.
That is phenomenal.
It's good.
And you can put that together.
Bark at the Moon.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good
Even
one.
better.
That's a good one.
A little more crunch to it. All right.
Okay. Here we
Michael
go.
Barkann, Penny Saver.
Penny saver. Hey, penny saved is a penny earned.
That's
man.
exactly right.
Try to tell my family members that.
Yeah.
We'll get some ambiance here too while we're
okay,
while we get
nice.
this going.
Some mood lighting.
No, we'll get
Candles?
some
We can.
audio ambiance. But
Okay.
hang on a second here. There we go. Okay.
Oh, this is.
And now we have
I
mood
like
lighting.
this one, man.
Here, I'll turn off.
There you go.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Okay. Is this on television anywhere?
Uh-huh. It is. It's on YouTube.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Tubers? That's what they call them now. Tubers.
Tubers?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Teletubers.
Teletubers.
Okay. Question number 1. I'm always interested in this stuff. You get up at odd hours.
Yeah.
What is your sleep cycle? In other words, do you go to sleep at a particular time and sleep the whole way through? Do you go to sleep late and then get up after 2 hours sleep and then take naps all day? What do you do, Preston?
So I head upstairs to bed around 8:30.
8:30.
I unwind a little bit, and then I will try to fall asleep by 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
My alarm clock is set at 3:45, and I do take a half-hour nap when I get home.
When
Try
does
to do
your How to Do with Mr. Handy take place?
That's at 8:45. Yes.
Take the edge off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it's me and you again tonight. Rosie. Okay.
Oh my
All right.
God.
So, all right.
You want to pose that question
Yeah.
too? Or?
Kath?
So I'm similar to Preston. I don't nap at all, but I will go up around 8 o'clock, 8:30, kind of wind down. I'll watch maybe hour show. I go to sleep through the night, 4:15 alarm, and then I stay up again until I go back up at 8:30. I will not nap, otherwise I can't go to sleep at night.
Okay. Nick, have you ever cried on the air? If so, over what?
Wow, that's a great. I have. I probably more than once. Every now and then we'll sort of dip into like a more emotional stuff, and that might evoke some tears. But we might even have audio of this. I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, and it was a really emotional thing for me. And I was able to call another radio station. The show was not on. Matt Cord was hosting mornings, and so I used a satellite phone and called in live to the radio station from Africa, and I got really emotional, and I cried live on air, yeah.
That's beautiful. Preston? No. Hang on, Casey. Ever?
Yeah, actually, I cried on the air when we drove across the country for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was really bizarre because I didn't expect it. But so we drove across the country and we sort of we had little stops at different Philadelphias across the way, and I planted Philadelphia things along the way.
That.
But I also took items from people from Philadelphia to plant at the actual stadium, and so there were ashes that I needed to bury, and then there was a woman who it was a longtime employee for the Eagles who I had her lanyard, and I'm just reading, basically what her family member had written, and I was overcome with emotion. I couldn't finish what I was saying because Gargano had to finish what I was saying. Not only did I cry and get emotional on the air, but it stuck with me for like an hour and a half afterwards.
It was really compelling and so honest, and it was a beautiful gesture.
When we were done driving on the air, or talking on the air, we drove to like Dunkin' Donuts, and I was like, thank God there were other people in the car talking, because I was just overcome with this emotion. I think maybe it was because my father's no longer with us and he didn't get to see them watch the Super Bowl, and who knows why I was caught up, but I was.
You don't need a reason.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, Kath.
No, Barkann, I'm not a pussy.
Oh, wow.
No, I actually did. I got choked up the other day talking about something with my son, but no, I don't think I've ever cried on the air.
Okay. But that wasn't on the air with your son. Hang on, let me call in.
Right.
Preston?
I can't remember. There have been many times I've gotten choked up, and it's
story will catch you in a certain
story.
way. Yes.
Steve, you're not a crier.
No, I'll tear up.
When your dad passed.
Well, when my dad passed, and a few years ago, I climbed Susan Boyle. And but yes,
you shared the audio of your dad, and I found that to be really compelling and emotional, and heartfelt. And you expressed emotions when you were doing that.
Yeah, my dad had recorded 7-8 hours of his journal, and so we were playing clips on the air. It's not a full out cry, but it was definitely, it was tearing up.
Right somewhere, my daughter's listening, saying, "There he goes, sad dad." That's what she calls me.
Have you ever flat out? Just a quick second. Have you ever flat out cried on the air?
Yeah.
I assume in moments of elation.
Yeah, no, I cried when Harry Callis passed away. I cried, and I cried because really more for everybody else's loss than for my loss. And I loved Harry, and I would see him at the Wawa, especially in the off season. How do you think the boys are going to do this year, Michael? And he was wearing his white shoes, and that really hit me harder than the loss of him in the booth. But I was just so sad for everybody else that knew him to be the voice of the Phillies since 1971.
It's one of
For
those
goodness sakes.
seismic shifts that takes place where it's
it was
like
huge.
where you say, okay, things are not ever going to be the same now.
Yeah. You know what else? It was like the difference between sitting up in the nosebleeds versus courtside or right behind home plate. We were out in Pittsburgh on a family vacation in Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Yes, that's where we went. It's a long story. We're on our way back. I get word that Harry passed away. And I'm like, oh, that's a shame. Harry Callis passed away. The closer we got to Philadelphia, the bigger the lump got in my throat, the heavier my chest got. And then I had to go in to do a special that night. And, I just realized it was just so sad. And it was not even a year after the Phillies had won the World Series. They would go back again passed away in 2009.
I was at that game. It was in D.C.
Yeah.
It was so weird, and you started getting word in the stands that Harry had passed, and he did it literally until he was done.
Yeah.
He was in the broadcast booth when he passed away, so, the guy lived the life.
Yeah. This is really happy stuff.
Next question.
This is good. How about this? Dream guests, Preston. Who would you like to have on the program that you have yet to get on the program?
I had a chance to interview him myself, but I would absolutely freak out once again if we had Paul McCartney here.
Oh my!
In our studio for a chat. That would be. That'd be the
Sir
one
Paul
for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you ask him?
Oh my God! I would ask him if he remembers the horrible interview I did with him back in 1992 because it was just terrible.
You know what?
I was scared. I didn't know I was going to be talking to Paul McCartney. They threw it on me. I was going to the concert like, you get to interview Paul, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I think,
and I was not
he
skilled.
seemed sincere, and
He was super
It
nice.
could not have been nice. And then you got to interview Linda McCartney.
Yeah, she was
Linda
really cool
Eastman McCartney.
Yeah,
correct.
His girlfriend, as he used to say.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful, Steve.
Well, it used to be Steve Jobs when he was alive. Now that'd be a little gruesome, but I think Clint Eastwood, honestly, is one that I've had on the list for a long time, and he doesn't do a lot of interviews, so I'd like to do Clint Eastwood. There's a whole bunch of other on the director side and creator side, like Spielberg certainly would be interesting. Tarantino, but Eastwood doesn't do a lot of interviews, so and the clock is ticking. So, and I know it's that's on his bucket list for us to interview him. So,
I remember interviewing Joe DiMaggio on a golf course.
Wow.
And he was playing in a celebrity tournament at a course in South Jersey, and I was working at Channel 3 at the time. And I went over there with a camera crew, and I saw him on the green, and I said, "Mr. DiMaggio, can I talk to you for a second?" I'm like, "What the heck am I?" He's
right.
like, "What do you think of the Phillies this year, Joe? How's Mr. Coffee?"
What do you remember what you asked? Any
It was
questions?
something friggin' stupid.
Yeah.
It was.
You ever do a Dutch oven?
Only with Marilyn. I only did that with one time.
Hey, he was known to be a little difficult. How was he as an interview?
Bad. I mean, basically, he was like, one question.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you have that kind of, you're being pestered constantly.
You're like, I only get one question. He goes, that was your question.
That was it. that was it. If you ever left Philadelphia, where would you like to go, Nick?
Like permanently? Like where would I want to move? I would love to try a place like the Netherlands. I'd love to live in Europe for a stretch and see what that would be like, and live in a very different environment from what I've known most of my life, which is a place where I love. But, I've spent most of my life in Philly. I'd like to try something drastically different. And for whatever reason, Netherlands tops the list.
Wow, you've thought about this. Is Kathy?
Yeah, I would either go to London or somewhere in Italy. I'm not sure which city I would go to, but one or the other.
Steve?
Well, listen, the notion is so alien because I do love it here. But I guess I do love New England and Northern California, Monterey, or in the,
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, right by Pebble.
Yeah.
Case?
It's a close one. Either Wilmington, Delaware, or
That is close.
Yeah. No, probably. I think probably like northern Arizona, maybe like Sedona, something like that.
Sedona, beautiful. Yeah. I like it, Press.
I haven't really thought about this much, but mentioning Monterey, that's my uncle used to live in Carmel, and I spent time there.
Clint
That's
Eastwood territory.
Amazing. Yeah, he used to be the mayor. But you know what? I've only been there one time, and I think San Diego would be a pretty cool town to live in. It's beautiful
place.
there.
It's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. I think I'm serious when I say this. Tel Aviv.
Tel
Israel.
Aviv. I've heard.
Right on the Mediterranean.
I heard it's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous and incoming. but even with that, I said to Ellen, I said to my wife, I said I would go over and visit now. It's beautiful.
Anyone who's traveled says it is a place you definitely have to visit.
Okay.
You're just tuning in. Michael Barkann interviews. The
Hi,
Preston and
everybody.
Steve Show.
Hi.
Correspondent for Beaver Magazine.
You know, them beavers on the Wyomissing Creek there, this time of year, they're building a lot of stuff.
It's delightful your mind went there.
Well, you know what? I have a family.
I have to support a family, so I had to go with the animal rather than the vagina.
Oh, my word. My word! I've never heard such...
I am a guest.
I am a
You,
god.
sir, are a cad.
Are you speaking of that, are you, what's his name? Taylor, not Taylor, who's the 1923, 1883, Yellowstone?
Sheridan.
Oh,
Taylor Sheridan. Are
You
you
watched Lioness?
I have not yet. I
Sorry.
just started Landman.
Yes,
That's
with
next.
Billy Bob
Landman.
Thornton. I watched one episode. It's good.
He's phenomenal.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's really good.
And Taylor Sheridan has the knack, man. He really
has
does.
the knack.
Yeah.
I mean, it just flows from him. I don't
Yeah.
know how he does it. You think about it. Yellowstone, which was however many, I don't know how many
Yeah.
seasons, 5.
That's Kathy's favorite.
5, yeah.
I loved Yellowstone, and then 1883, which might have been better than Yellowstone. It was
Yeah.
so good. And Isabel May, who was really the star, the breakout star, was phenomenal in that. And then 1923, which I just finished, and I'm like, I don't want to watch 1923. Harrison
it was
Ford.
good,
It was
right?
really
I know.
good. And the second part is coming.
Is it-
of-
is
of
it
season-
coming?
1924.
In fact, next month.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
I mean,
Next
it's
month.
been a few years. I've been waiting because they really left you with a cliffhanger.
Right. Kind of like Chad Powers.
Why'd you bring up Taylor Sheridan?
Why did I?
Yeah.
Something just hit me about it.
Oh, all right.
Just, I don't know. We're just talking around.
Well, Steve was saying stuff about being a cad in Beaver Magazine, and then you shifted to Taylor Sheridan.
Well, because of the wilderness,
that's why.
beavers build dams. They're usually out in the creeks, and
You
Yellowstone.
didn't see 1923, did you?
Is that do they?
No, you said CAD. That's what triggered it.
Oh, I see.
Kath, at the end where they have the whole thing, the duel and all
I
that.
thought 23 was when Beaver Magazine came into being.
No,
I've got a great idea for a magazine that shows ladies' private parts. What are you going to call it, Taylor? Beaver. Now, from the publishers of the Saturday Evening Post, Beaver Magazine, with original artwork by Norman Rockwell. That's a heck of a beaver there, Norman. Look, this beaver just discovered that all the Christmas gifts are purchased by his parents.
Okay.
Oh, my word. So anyway, the reason I thought of it, Nick, is when Steve said, you cad.
Gotcha.
There was a part in 1923 in the last episode.
Sometimes we need like a crime team investigation into where the topic started.
One final question.
Yes. Oh, one final question. Hang on.
No, I'm not asking you.
One final question.
Make it about Mr. Coffee.
Where Mr. Happy? Where do you see yourselves in 5 years?
Oh, God.
In 5 years, Kathy Romano.
You can't ask that with this
You
station.
can't ask that question.
Not with the way it's been going lately.
Oh, I hear you, but I'm talking more for
Spiritually, sexually.
Yeah, well, okay, that's when we go to break. But
I'll have a dungeon in my basement.
dungeon in the basement. Nick?
I mean, it'd be great to continue to do this in some fashion, like who knows what happens in the next 5 years, but we're lucky enough to hopefully be under contract with this company for that amount of time. And so I'd like to still be doing this and then figure out what happens after this.
I'll answer a question, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with the with our job and with the show or anything like that. But in 5 years, for me personally, we will have been empty nesters for a little while at the home, at the house, at the home, and so maybe
where's my tapioca?
That's might be when we consider to maybe downsize or something like that, and shift in that regard in my personal life.
Okay.
And maybe, like my wife and I talk about like what type of a house we'd like to have built that's a little bit smaller than what we have now because we don't need it. We're a family of 5, and when we're down to 2.
Claire gave me Claire. They get together for lunch and talk a lot.
My wife.
So my wife Claire,
Yeah.
she goes, and I know all the plans. It's going to be like a ranch. It's going to be like one level.
yeah, so
the whole thing. Oh yes, and I think it's kind of ingenious.
Rochelle is drawn out actual house.
I think that's so cool.
Blueprints.
That is so cool.
So that's me in 5 years.
Beautiful. But I mean, come on, you're not going anywhere.
We're actually under contract till 2030.
2030.
Yeah.
Well, one more year, 2031. That's when the new Sixers Flyers building is.
Yeah.
You got to come on.
They'll be hiring.
Well, if there's ever a reason for an extension,
You know
it's
it.
that.
You know it. I will be 71 then, and I'll just be signing a new deal. I think probably a 20-year deal.
You have something.
That's right. Let's talk. Let's talk about the Eagles.
All right, I'll sign, but I want Shav.
I can't answer that question. I've never had a 5-year plan. I've never had a 10-year plan. I barely have a tomorrow plan. So wherever the wind takes me, my friend.
And look at yourself. What have you done with your life? You're only part of the top-rated radio program.
Yeah, and that all seems like a dream.
I know.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Do you ever have that? I mean, honestly, so at some level, and people will talk about the success of the show, but you're a legend. You had, you are. I mean, but you don't. Is there ever a point? I almost think it's bad if you can process that. Like, you should always be like, that's kind of weird. You're grateful for it. But you should, when you buy it, when you believe it, I think that's when things go asunder.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's why I never do believe it. I can't believe that I am I can't believe I'm sitting with all of you here.
Legends we are.
Yes, but it's true. And I feel blessed each and every time. You kidding me? I drove 90 minutes to get here.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. I only live 5 miles away. 90 minutes.
He loves the parking lot.
I think I put in the wrong address on the GPS.
Donuts.
Son of a gun. So no, it's been a beautiful time.
You got off on the wrong exit.
I really did. I really did. By the way, what do they? This will signal that this whole thing is over. What do they call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. Oh,
there we go.
My man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ben Davis. Ben Davis gives me all my dad jokes.
By the way, I do have a question from
Preston.
our YouTube
Hustler
audience,
Magazine.
and someone is wondering why
we would have you on.
No, why your eyebrows are black but your hair is gray.
You know what? It's I don't know, but I don't. I mean,
you don't die.
I don't die.
You don't dye your eyebrows?
No. Actually, I have a couple of. You read every freaking question on there, don't you? I have a couple of gray ones in here.
Okay.
I want you to just do my eyebrows.
And I'm going for a haircut today because of the tonight. I'm going.
You can't go the same day of the cut. You got to go. You had to go yesterday.
No, because they'll style
or at least
it.
a few days ahead.
Then they'll style it for you. You'll be okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And now with his unusually well-coiffed eyebrows, Michael Barkann.
Will you have him trim your eyebrows?
No, well, the woman who cuts my hair, Athena, she does a great job.
Athena?
Athena.
Wow.
Roger Daltrey.
Yeah.
And she always trims my eyebrows, and I say, "Get away from me!" and she says, "You want them like that? You want them a mess like that?" I'm okay, fine.
Do you want your eyebrows clipped, Mr. Barkann?
Don't neglect your eyebrows.
You know what's great? We should. I have an idea. We need to have Michael Barkann and Dr. Mike on at the same time and do some sort
Who's
of
Dr.
contest.
Mike?
I agree.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano, he's the Fox 29 doctor. He's our own physician.
You're
All
both
of us.
very-
Is he really your own
Yep.
physician?
Every single one of us go
How's
to
his
the doctor.
prostate exam?
And when he removed mine,
It's tender, except the dismount's a little rough.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're both very spastic in the same way.
Yeah.
that's a compliment from Kathy.
can't say that today.
You're both raving morons.
He didn't call you a pussy. So take
Here's
that.
what we'll do. We'll do a job switch that day.
Yeah.
He'll talk sports, and you give us prostate exams.
That's great.
Yes.
On the air.
Bruce,
you have
if you
slender
just
fingers.
step up, drop your pants, turn your head. Now turn around. Yeah.
All right, we got to wrap this up.
No!
He's getting a big award tonight,
Thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen.
Yes.
Philadelphia
Love you all.
Sports
Love
Writers'
you. Love you.
Choice. Philadelphia Sports Writers Association choice for the 2025 Bill Campbell Award for Excellence in Broadcasting.
And he deserves
you
it.
deserve it. Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
you, sir.
Love being with you. Love all of you.
We
You're the
love
best.
you, Michael Barkann.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being
I'm
here.
going to dye my eyebrows.
Go do that thing. Get ready for tonight. All right, Michael Barkann. Take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on
Nick, as you rightfully point out, it ends up being used in garden plants.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
they're sold a lot.
And yeah.
Another one that I've heard people complain about because of the smell is the ginkgo tree, and they're really pretty as well. Especially in the fall, they turn like a bright yellow. But people sometimes refer to them as the stinko tree, and I believe like it's only the male of the species that stinks or whatever. But yeah,
we have a butthole bush by our front door, and the flowers are wonderful, but it does.
What does it smell like?
It smells like a butthole.
Is it year round or only in the spring?
No, it's like for 1 week.
Oh,
you know,
you can deal with that.
Is your butthole open?
Don't come over. It's butthole week.
Is your butthole sprouting?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The butthole's open.
What's your
and the scent
You've got to come by.
You've got to come.
It's
It only happens 1
intoxicating.
week out of the year when the butthole's
We'll sit
open.
between that and the semen plant.
All right, here you go. Here's some big news.
All right.
Kim Kardashian is making it clear, and I have a few Kim and Kanye stories here.
Oh, yeah.
Clear to Kanye, wants to set healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries.
So, in an interview with Hollywood Unlocked that will be released today, West claims that Kardashian's security team wouldn't let him into her house with their daughter North after he picked the kids up from school one day. Now, a source told People that while it's true that West was not allowed inside the house that day, Kim's security team didn't stop him from seeing the kids, picking them up, or dropping them off. The source continued saying he can no longer just walk inside her home without her permission, and Kim has a right to privacy and is trying to set healthy boundaries. So
she's a lawyer, you know.
Those who have gone through divorces, I assume, deal with this particular issue, which is somebody just walking right in.
That has to change.
You've been doing
right?
it for years and years and years. However, if you've been married for a long time, and then all of a sudden it stops there, and you have to ring the doorbell, you have to knock, or something like that.
It might be uncomfortable, but that's part of the deal.
Yeah, exactly.
The nature of the relationship has changed, and though you would imagine Kanye would have an easy time adapting to change.
Right.
He's not, apparently.
Apparently, the need to set these boundaries arose from Kanye making, quote, recent unannounced visits to Kim's home. In the Hollywood Unlocked interview, West is quoted as saying... That's when he stops by? Yeah. Unannounced?
Yo.
Yeah. So West is quoted in the interview as saying, "Don't play with me. Don't play with my children. Ain't no security going to get in between me and my children, and you ain't going to gaslight me." End quote.
Okay. Hey, he
Don't
goes
play
by-
with my children. I thought you want people.
Yes, of course. So they grow up
to
healthy.
play. They like to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he goes by Yee now, so wouldn't he announce himself Yee?
Yee.
It echoes around that house because
It's huge.
there's nothing
There's
in it.
nothing
in it.
Yeah.
There's nothing to deaden the sound.
Yeah.
We have audio, Preston, if you'd like. He is.
All right, so this is about the song?
Yes.
So Kanye, this is part 2 of the story. Kanye called out Pete Davidson in his new song, The Game, which is called Easy. The track dropped on Friday, and people across all corners of the internet promptly went to work dissecting the lyrics from Kanye's verse.
So here's a question, and this to me is indicative of a kind of person. He is in a relationship with someone else himself.
Yeah.
He's making out publicly with this other person. Why is he going off the deep end about Pete Davidson? She's simply moving on as well. He's moving on. Why is it so bad that she's moving on?
His ego won't allow it.
That has to be it.
Yeah, so there's nobody better than him, and his ego won't allow it. And
it's narcissism.
It is.
It's pure
no
narcissism,
doubt.
yeah.
But did you see
and
that?
is she in their house?
Yes.
So that that's probably where.
But they
it
have a
stems from.
multitude of houses. He
Right.
has that ranch, and he actually bought a house, I think, diagonally across the street from her to be close to the kids.
Now, is this
But that's
the song?
probably the hard part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was his house. That was where he lived too. So the fact now that he's got a knock on the door, which listen, yes, it needs to happen.
Yep.
They're not together anymore, but that's probably why he's having a hard time.
Steve, is this a song that they're listening to and like Madonna's in the thing? It's like there are all these people in a room and it's like him and Madonna and Antonio Brown. Like,
Are you talking about video footage?
There's video footage of them all listening to a song. And what's wild is Madonna's like the grandmom, and she's acting like the kid in this movie or in this video.
That imagery is troubling. But he specifically mentions Pete Davidson.
Yeah, he mentioned a bunch of things. I'm going to go through some of the lyrics in this song. So he talks about his divorce from Kim, and I'm quoting this. We having the best divorce ever. If we go to court, we go to court together. Matter of fact, pick up your sis. We'll go to courts together. Meaning
Courtney.
You know what he did
Love
there?
it. I haven't heard lyrics this sharp since Poopity Scoop.
All right. Co-parenting his kids, he writes, I watched 4 kids for like 5 hours today. I wear these Yeezy boots everywhere, even in the shower today. He rhymed today with today.
Yeah.
And by the way, he did a little drop on his own product line.
Self-promotion. Love it.
I got love for the nannies, but real family is better. The cameras watch the kids. Y'all stop taking the credit. Non-custodial dad, I bought the house next door. What you think the point of really being rich for?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, it makes incredible sense. So he doesn't want to besmirch the nanny staff, which he had a relationship with them as well. But he's saying Kim's not being the mother she needs to be because she's with that Pete Davidson.
All right. Then you have grappling with his kid's privilege. And he writes, he spits, when you give them everything, they only want more. Bougie and unruly, y'all need to do some chores. Rich-ass kids, this ain't your house. Climb on your brother's shoulders. That top ramen out.
Ooh. Okay. So, all right, he had me at ramen.
He had me at ramen. God save me from that crash just so I can beat Pete Davidson. Yes.
That's it.
And my new bitch bad. I know Illuminati mad.
Yeah, man.
How did he drag the Illuminati into?
I don't know, but he's obviously a big fan of that point in history.
They mad, so he found out about it.
All right, we're looking at the video that Casey was talking about. Yeah, Madonna's over-emoting in this particular video. She's moving around a bit too much. She's making a spectacle of herself.
I'm 60 years old.
Stop
I
it.
got to act like a.
Okay.
And what's the context of this?
Well,
video?
she's made them snickerdoodles because she's grandma.
Oh, all right. That was nice of her.
Is anyone you want cookies?
Yeah, I would.
Snoop, do you?
That's pretty much the only reason they invited her. Yeah.
They're piping hot and they're great with milk.
All right. Let her in.
All right, last bit
Yo,
of...
who let your grandma in?
Last bit of lyrics are his public romance with Julia Fox, and he wrote, Oh, no, that was it.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it. Talking about I know my new bitch bad.
New bitch bad.
I know Illuminati
So
bad.
beautiful.
So there you go.
My
That's
new bitch bad.
the latest on the
Yeah,
two.
it's definitely a study in narcissism because she has a relationship, he has a relationship, move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yee.
If you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects.
Yes.
And a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens. but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I started. I had congestion too. So sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No, and then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see. I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard, as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah. It's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such a unique thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything. And then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully accurate, but that's what he was saying. And like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree.
Ooh.
I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. We're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste effed up.
Yeah, like toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You wouldn't
It's
know
all
what that tastes like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
No,
is there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Possibly. I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an orange peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind."
It's not real.
Yeah, so-
Like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right, hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yeah,
anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups, and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah, and the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything, and it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbosa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They they just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, you should get a return, but and there's no guarantee it's going to be, anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to, try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my my last day.
All right,
Steve,
man.
were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Special Olympics Pennsylvania, inviting you to get freezing for a reason at the 2025 Polar Plunge. It's going to be February 1st, Citizens Bank Park. For more information, or to register, visit phillyplunge.org. It's phillyplunge.org. So in Portland, this is a pretty wild story. A rescue swimmer on a surfboard paddled out into 12-foot waves at night to rescue a 19-year-old boogie boarder who went missing at Cannon Beach on Monday.
It's pretty amazing.
Beach Fire District responded to the beach after a distress call from a family, and the family had entered the ocean with boogie boards just before sunset, they said, and one of their relatives was missing when they returned to the shore. The swimmer entered the ocean, paddled into 8 to 12-foot waves in pitch black of night to locate the victim. After 5 or 10 minutes of paddling through the large surf, the rescue swimmer heard a faint yell for help. And with no visibility, the rescue swimmer turned and proceeded in that direction that he estimated that the yelling was coming from. He paddled in the dark for a while and eventually spotted a figure silhouetted in the flashing lights of fire engines and police cars. Swimming toward the figure, he found the missing teenager clinging to his board about 50 to 75 yards offshore. The firefighter placed him on his rescue board, paddled back to the beach where paramedics were waiting to give him medical care. He was released from the scene without serious injury. Beach Fire Ocean Safety Head Koya Lui said that his quote was, "I cannot express how lucky this guy was to be found. With a large surf and king tides, it was a miracle. The water was cold. He really wouldn't have lasted much longer with hypothermia because it would have set
It's almost impossible to believe that it happened.
At night.
You would have to expect to get back and realize he'd grabbed a shark or something.
8 to 12-foot waves. You know how big those are,
yes.
man?
So 3 to 4 foot waves in the water.
That's what you like at the beach.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is really intense stuff. So, all right, here's another story. A pizzeria in England has taken the pineapple on pizza debate to the next level. They charge $122 for their Hawaiian pizza.
What? Wait,
yeah. Lupa Pizza in Norfolk hopes the sky-high prices will steer customers toward what they call better choices for their pies.
So they're trying to be prohibitive in the pricing.
Yeah.
Why would you eat this piece of crap?
While the rest of their menu is reasonably priced at $12 to $20, the costly pineapple pizza stands as a cheeky deterrent, though it is still available for diehard fans.
It's a little bit of a joke.
So far, their bold move has paid off. No one has shelled out for the pizza yet.
Hey, you guys know how much I hate ranch dressing on my pizza.
Yes.
There's something that I'm going to try, and I don't think this is such a bad idea, but on a pepperoni pizza with a little bit of hot honey. What are your thoughts on that one, guys?
Pepperoni pizza with a little bit of hot honey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
I don't like pepperoni pizza, so I'll have to recuse myself.
Damn it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll report back to you.
All right, thank you.
More on this as it develops.
Here's a story out of Brigantine. A Brigantine Ring camera led police to the arrest of a babysitter who allegedly passed out drunk while the toddler in her custody left the house on Monday. Yeah. Police were called to the residence by a neighbor.
I'm going to get help.
Who found the child outside the toddler's residence without supervision. The father called the neighbor after seeing the child leave the home on his Ring camera. The neighbor went over and got the child and was in care when police arrived. The babysitter was found unresponsive inside the home. Gina Davidson, who's 35, had been hired by the parents through a well-known online platform used for childcare. They didn't name the platform, but 2 different sites had active profiles for her. One on Nanny Lane lists her as a kindergarten teacher with a degree in elementary education from Penn State.
There is a list you can pick from if you don't mind them being drunk.
A police officer found Davidson on the ground in the home, conscious but unresponsive. An investigation found that Davidson had consumed a significant amount of the homeowner's alcohol to the point that she became unconscious and unresponsive. The affidavit goes into more detail, saying that there was an empty bottle of tequila that the father said was not empty earlier. It also says the officer found alcohol in a mug on the counter and an empty plastic shot bottle inside Davidson's handbag. Police and fire EMS responded, and the woman was taken to the hospital. Patrol officers and the neighbor assumed care of the child until the child's parents returned home, and she was charged with second-degree endangering the welfare of a child. She doesn't appear to have a criminal history, but does have at least 2 prior incidents of driving under the influence. So the world's first toilet paper made from used diapers has been created.
So are they re-cleaned or is there crap already on them?
I think they cleaned them. Currently available in 7 retail locations in southern Japan, the paper is enthusiastically seen as environmentally friendly alternative for the island nation's bathrooms. The city of Shibuya, along with the neighboring town of Osaki, began recycling disposable diapers last April by separating them from the routine waste streams. In that first year, they collected 98 tons of used diapers.
Man, sounds like a great job.
Hygiene products, I know.
Yeah.
All of which were
Guess where I'm working.
sanitized and bleached and shredded into a pulp to be mixed with recycled paper at the Poppy Paper Company's plant.
At the Poppy Paper, we clean diapers so you can use them as toilet paper.
30,000 rolls were created in the first 2 months of the production, and they're being called Shibushi Osaki rolls. That sounds
like
tasty,
a sushi.
doesn't it?
Yeah. How are your Shibushi Shaki rolls? What is the name again?
And are currently sold. So used diapers have a variety of applications. They can also be used as additive for concrete in place of sand.
Wow.
And the diaper showed increased strength in the end product as well. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah. And
There's always, amongst parents, there's a big fight between cloth diapers and disposables.
Disposables, yeah.
Who's out? Were you had any preference? I assume disposable,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, we didn't.
The notion of cleaning diapers.
It's a bit much.
I think there's a small community that uses the cloth diapers.
They probably live in the mountains.
So that's what I got in the beef file for you. Do you want me to go to this call real quick, Case?
Yeah.
We only have a moment. Let me go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, I was just calling. I heard you never tried hot and honey on a pizza before. There's this place, Icon Pizza, on Baltimore Pike. They do a Detroit with a cup and curl pepperoni with the hot and honey on it. You got to try it.
All right, well, Baltimore Pike, which town? Is Springfield?
Morton. It's right next to Springfield. I think it's considered Morton.
All right, I'm gonna have to try.
Thanks for the tip.
Appreciate it,
give
Kevin.
it a shot. I drive from Delaware for it.
Wow. Appreciate
Okay.
it. Listen, Detroit pizza is.
I'm a fan.
Good.
So that's the
man.
thing. I have Detroit City pizza I get from Costco, so I'll just throw a little hot honey on that.
There you go.
But
We'll try this one at Icon. That sounds
Icon
really
Pizza.
good.
I got to find out where
All
that
right,
is.
we have a couple of guests that are in our studio, and we're very excited for these gentlemen because they are now working for the mouse.
Yes.
They have found their way into the world of Disney. And you know our good friend, Mr. Nick Murphy. Murph is here, and returning as well, Mr. Paul Ritchey is here too. Gentlemen, it is nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you guys.
And congratulations for being in the House of Mouse.
Appreciate it. Yeah, super stoked.
So how are you? And hold on. There we go. How are you now working with Disney? This is so cool.
Yeah, we got hired to write a Disney and Audible partnership audio adventure starring Mickey Mouse and his friends.
So Audible books for kids?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They have
I'm a huge fan of Audible books in general.
Same.
Very nice. And so you've written a few already?
We wrote one. It just came out. It's called Mickey and Friends: Escape from No Scape. It's great. It's really, really fun. It's not just a with a narrator, and there's sound effects, there's music.
Yeah.
All the character voices are done, which is mind-blowing.
Are you involved in the production of the audio side itself?
No, we just wrote.
the scripting.
Yeah.
Wow, and that's very cool.
Yeah, so Paul, what's that like hearing Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck? They're saying the words that you wrote.
It's pretty surreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty nuts. Like, I played it for my wife and my son, and the book starts with a whole thing and a whole setup, and then it gets to Mickey's voice, and my wife Rebecca was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is like real. He's like tearing up. I was like,
Sure.
this is incredible. Yeah.
And I listened to a portion of because it's made for little kids, but I listened to a portion of it and enjoyed what I heard. But still, to this day, I can't understand a goddamn word that Donald Duck says. I can't understand what he is saying.
So, from what I understand, in this, Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom stall at 30th Street Station and inadvertently witnesses a murder.
Right.
No, wait, no. That was Witness.
That's Witness.
Yeah. Harrison Ford.
Yeah. Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah. Philadelphia movie.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So, how did this come about? Did you guys write this stuff ahead of time? Pitch this to Disney? What was the origin of it?
No. So we wrote a comic book a couple of years ago, and the editor there moved on to Disney. And so we just kind of came along. He liked what we did on our comic books.
That's perfect.
Yeah, so he just brought us along over to work on this. He's a good friend of ours, and yeah, it was a great opportunity.
So a question would have to be, if you're writing a script for something of this nature, and they have obviously their short subject department, they're always releasing all sorts of content. Could this lead, in fact, to? I mean, obviously anything can lead to anything, but has any interest been voiced in having you guys do something other than the Audible books right now?
I don't know. I'm hoping that's the case. We're already working. We're continuing to work with them on more projects, so we're hoping that it'll go into something else. But I mean, from the way we wrote it, it's very cinematic. That's like the background that we have.
Right.
Every time we go into a new writing venture, it's always in something that we're not familiar with, and we have to like
learn,
figure it out. Yeah. Like when we're writing screenplay stuff, it's we're thinking about time, we're thinking about camera movements and stuff. And then when we've gotten to comic books, it was like, oh, we got to figure out like actual space and real estate and figure out how that plays into the storytelling.
Yeah, we weren't storyboarders, but we became much better storyboarders working on that.
And then with this one, it was the same thing. It was like, when you write a script for film, you kind of just like, oh, the character walks into the room, and you don't describe the room because that's someone else's job unless it's like important to the script. So we're just writing it like that. But with this, our editor was, very like, you guys got to like build the whole thing and make it. I was like, oh, yeah, we could do that. We'll describe everything. So Paul was a really great in like expanding a lot of that stuff. We kind of really just, I don't know. I never think about color, and you're always just like, everything in there should have like a color kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm the color guy.
Yeah, that's the partnership. That's why it works.
And with that, do you indicate the sound effect cues and things like that? Okay.
We do get to do that, which was what we had the most fun with.
Yes.
I think like every single episode, we tried to have some sort of gag that made sure it played with the sound.
Played off the sound?
Yeah.
Well, are you present for recording?
No, but we did. I think this, if we get to do more, which I think we will, our plan is we're going to do some scratch tracks, hopefully. And
nice.
Yeah, like we'll record the voices and be like, it should play out like this. I feel like when we write together, there's a good dynamic and a good pace. We have a good sense of like pacing and the way like dialogue should go back and forth. And we kind of want to make sure that like gets represented in a way.
By the way, Mickey and Friends Escape from No Scape. You can get this on Audible, and I would imagine other platforms as well.
I think it's an Audible exclusive. So if you have an Audible account, it's
if you have
free.
Amazon,
It's free.
if you have an Amazon account,
it's free.
Amazon Prime gets you an Audible account.
And it's great. I mean, I think it's great for kids 10, 11, and younger. It's very like fun. I mean, as soon as it's very cartoony, which is really fun.
It seems
we
perfect.
had a really good time. Like, we're like writing Goofy says Gwarsh, Gwar.
we got to do the.
And he did it.
Gwarsh.
Yeah, and then they were like, if Donald reacts to something just right, like Donald screams incoherently, and the voice actors just know
what
that's what that sounds like.
By the way, it's 2 hours and 26 minutes long. I mean, it's got some meat to it. I
longer
mean,
than
I know there's
Napoleon.
some Audible books that are 15 hours, 30 hours, whatever maybe. But this is for kids listening. But 2 hours and 26 minutes, that's a long chunk for kids. I love it.
It's 10 chapters. I mean, I think we wound up writing.
It's like 180,000 words or something like that.
I think
It was a
broke
lot.
down to like almost like a full length script. I think it was like 158 pages.
Let me tell you where this
altogether.
makes you're getting in the car frequently with a kid or a younger kid who might be the audience for this. Installments, they have something to look forward to when they're getting in the car.
Yeah,
it's great. I played a little for my mother-in-law. She was very excited about it, and I was like, all right, I'll just put it on so she can hear some of it. And I got to a part, I was like, yeah, you get the gist. They're saying the things, and it's the characters. It's really cool. I'm really excited. Thank you. But you don't have to listen to the whole thing. So I played just a portion of it, and I paused it, and she's like, you got to keep playing that. I was like, all right, fine.
I got to find out what happens here.
Yeah, we went to the end of the chapter, and she's like, well, we got to keep going.
We did our jobs well, Nick.
Yeah, we did. I think every chapter ends with a really fun cliffhanger, and like Paul was saying, there's very audio specific things. So the premise is Mickey and his friends get trapped in this mansion, and every room that they encounter is kind of like an escape room. So they got to figure out how to get out of each room and through the mansion and out.
So that's the No-Scape?
Yes. Yeah. It's owned by Dr. No-Scape.
Okay.
Runs the whole thing. And so like the first room they encounter is this staircase, and there's black and white stairs. And then they figure out that, the stairs are actually a piano. So they need to play the right key to get up. So there's very like sound specific kind of things. The other one was really cool is they get to this like shrink ray room, this like experimentorium, and they find the shrink ray. So like Mickey, Donald, and Goofy get shrunk down, but Minnie's still regular size. So when we're with Mickey, Donald, and Goofy, Minnie, who has like a super high pitched voice and very like fun, but then she gets this like monstrous like deep tone
because
like,
she's
voice.
enormous.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Do like a kaiju mini.
Yeah,
yeah, really fun. Exactly.
Oh, that's great. That's
Nice.
awesome.
All right, so you send this out there, and they see they'll test the success of this, and then maybe that means more.
Hopefully,
okay,
Yeah. We're working on some stuff already, and I hope that people enjoy this. And
Stop and think about it.
More things.
Kevin Feige's a coworker at this point now.
Yeah, we're bros.
So here's what we want you to do if you're a fan of the show, and especially if you have an Audible account. Just go on. The book is free, right? And you can just grab that, download it, even if you don't want to listen to it. You want to support our friend, our former family member here at MMR.
Always a family member. It's like the Marines.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a real fun listen. I think people really enjoy it. Like when they came to us, they had the concept and the idea. And then once it gets going, it turns into this wacky adventure that has me and Paul's writing style all over it.
We assume that they're pleased with the results, right?
Oh, very, yeah.
There you
very,
go.
Very much,
Excellent,
yeah.
excellent.
Nice.
That's very cool.
All right, anything else coming up you want to mention?
Yeah, we're just always doing this stuff. I mean, we got Continue is like our main show that we do with me, Paul, and our friend Josh.
That's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Still going, like 15
We're over 15 years now, I think.
Wow.
That's why you guys got to the dance early.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we just keep going. That's the nice thing. We've experienced ourselves growing up, which is fun, but then also our fan base growing up too. So when we started, we were doing games that from our childhood, and now we're moving into like PS1, PS2, Xbox, N64 games.
Oh, you're still working your way forward through that.
We're going to play every single game.
Okay, every single game ever made.
We're doing
how many people follow you or subscribe? Just shy of 200,000.
Yeah, just a little on.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going great. And we have like a really loyal, really passionate fan base, and that we do the show for them. So.
There have been many who have come to that dance since you guys started, but you got there early. So like you, and we've known this all along. Your subscribers are passionate about that. Any other channels in the works, or is right now you've got your plate full?
Yeah, I think we got a lot going on.
We got this. We got some other pilots that we're working on and things like that. But
nice.
For now, we're kind of focused on the Disney stuff.
Love it. Actually, we have some. We wrote for this this comic called Cat Ninja, which is super popular with kids. We have a few issues of that coming out soon. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff. We're discovering like going from YouTube where you just like hit the button publish and it's live to actual like publishing.
It's
stuff takes
much different.
so much longer, and like the lifespan is so much longer, which is great.
That's good. All right, well, we'll point people in the direction. It's called Escape from No-Scape. It's Disney's Mickey and Minnie, Escape from No-Scape. And also, and you can get that on Audible, so please grab that. And what was the other thing? Oh, and Continue is on YouTube, obviously.
Yep.
And watch our show. So, well, thanks for coming by. We'll spread the word, all right?
I appreciate it. Thanks for having us on,
Our
guys.
pleasure. All right, Paul, Nick, thank you guys for being here. We do have to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Get ready to get to the lesson question. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
Forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess you... Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too. So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But, like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
why
little,
Because of the texture.
little treats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the texture. Like Steve said,
But if-
you're constantly searching for something. So, like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right
like,
now,
It's
that's
like-
because I can't taste anything.
Can't
Like
you-
zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find
know?
something that like is
Will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah, you
with.
could. Case, you could.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we need to do this after the contest.
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, oh, yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And, Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand me, I can sip it without smelling it.
All right.
Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have. And she'll
Okay.
she'll She'll put it in your hand. Okay.
Man, I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch a boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There you go.
Oh,
All
my
right,
God.
thanks.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah,
I
what
can
is it?
smell Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need a piece of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's say we're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you that one of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
it. But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
I like this one.
Strong reaction from this.
know what the hell is that.
Wow, so a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe, so sweet, savory, what is the reaction?
No, like vinegar maybe?
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing,
It doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate sauce.
The FUD.
What about? I think she was going to say fudge.
Like
FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. That's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's
Dear
what you would
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing. And not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God!
Dude.
Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
Yeah.
way?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But
I-
smelling it?
No smell.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have
Yep.
been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of water.
Different water.
Yeah.
Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well,
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice.
News Traveler, 93.3 WMMR, the runaround. It's 10:36, and the Preston and Steve show still going on a Thursday morning as we're right on the edge of No Sambro Friday.
Oh, I think we just went through the gates.
I forgot about it. Yes, we actually already are there. But we do have a lesson question to do, and we are going to give away a wrapped up in love diamond necklace from Steven Singer Jewelers. If you can answer this question correctly, it wasn't that long ago either. What magazine did Taylor Sheridan debut in 1923? 215-263-WMMR. This is when we were talking to Michael Barkann, and he mentioned Taylor Sheridan. What magazine did he debut in 1923? It's for the whole series.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. 215-263-WMMR. If you heard it, give us a call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it's brought to you by Primo Hoagies. You can bring friends and family together for the playoffs with the perfect spread from Primo Hoagies. Order delicious catering trays, samplers, platters, and sides at order.primohoagies.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Khloe Kardashian calling L.A. Mayor Bass a joke for knowingly ignoring infrastructure that could have helped fight the Palisades fires. Khloe says she couldn't even cry because the service that provides her tears was out of water.
Hey!
Sally Struthers saying the late Betty White actually had a mean streak, claiming she fat-shamed her during a production meeting. Struthers says she eventually let it go, but admits she's thrilled White is dead.
Oh my God.
And finally, Jessica Alba has hired a high-powered legal team to handle her divorce from Cash Warren. Warren says he's not afraid, though, because he's stupid.
Yeah.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
We will see if you know the answer to this question. What magazine did Taylor Sheridan debut in 1923? It's a conversation we were having with Michael Barkann while we were here. We will go to Steve, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Steve, morning.
Morning.
All right, Steve, what magazine debuted in 1923 with Taylor Sheridan?
Hustler magazine?
No. Sorry. Hustler was mentioned, but that's not the one. Thank you. We will go to Cork next. Yo, Cork.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Beavers. Beavers.
Yeah, hang on, Cork. We are going to give you a Wrapped Up in Love diamond necklace from Steven Singer Jewelers, and Steven's Wrapped Up in Love diamond necklace features a braided circle of precious metals and real diamonds wrapped around a heart, and you can get it now at IHateStevenSinger.com for just $148.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I got a couple of stories for you. We'll start with this one. The first live album from Dirty Honey is on the way. Mayhem and Revelry Live is set to release on February 21st with a 4-part tour documentary. The 16-track album and documentary were recorded over the course of the band's Can't Find the Breaks tour in 2023 and 2024. Side A of the vinyl pressing for the album will feature recordings from the North American gigs from the tour, and side B will include recordings from the UK European leg of the tour, and that album is available for pre-order on Amazon. Dave Grohl has not been visible much lately, but that changed yesterday. TMZ caught up with him spending his birthday cooking up and serving chili as a volunteer with Feed the Streets in Los Angeles. The group stepped up to feed displaced families. And, of course, it says inmate firefighters. Okay.
Yeah. So, they're hiring inmates to go out and help fight the fires.
And other frontline workers in the wake of the wildfires. At first, I thought it said inmate fighters. And I'm like...
Yeah, prison fights.
Yeah, let's feed those guys. They get hungry beating the crap out of each other.
Mm-hmm. I worked up an appetite.
So it wasn't a surprise to see Dave volunteering because he has helped out Feed the Streets for years. It's something he does regularly, and of course he's getting out while all the mayhem is taking place.
Think, or should I say, give me a guesstimate as to when you think he might come forward, or do you think he'll? That's 3 questions now. Do you think he'll ever address this?
The cheating scandal?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he kind of already did.
He already did. He did.
Yeah.
But he hasn't, since he's made that statement, he's gone away for a while.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, without question. I think Dave is, he's a guy who doesn't mince words and he doesn't hide much other than when he's cheating on his wife.
And having a whole other family.
But he will, I think he'll address it for sure. A spring tour is kicking off April 21st for Bush with support from Rival Sons and Filter. Most of the dates for the year, though, are going to be in Canada, starting in Victoria, British Columbia, and running through May 13th in Silver Spring, Maryland. I took a look. There's nothing coming very close. I think there might be some stuff in New York, but they're also playing festival slots throughout the year, but nothing that's going to be right in and around our area. But maybe, sometimes they expand these tours. So that's why I bring it up. But that'd be a cool bill with Bush, Rival Sons, and Filter all together. Artist Live, it says Artist and Live Nation resales are currently active. General sales start tomorrow 10 a.m. And then the last thing, I thought this was nice. There's not much that the amazing Ringo Starr hasn't done in his storied career, but there is one thing, and he's about to check that box. Ringo was on stage during the first of his 2-night sold-out headlining shows at the Ryman Auditorium Tuesday night when Emmylou Harris came out to invite the former Beatle to come back to the theater to perform for the Grand Ole Opry.
Oh, nice.
And he said, I'd love to. He said, it's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you. In a statement, Opry executive producer Dan Rogers said, what an honor that after all the extraordinary music he has made and all the incredible history he's been a part of, Ringo Starr will be making his Opry debut during the Opry's milestone 100th year, and it's going to be a night like no other.
What is he going to play? His standard stuff, right? They're not going to ask him to do.
No, but you know what he might do is a song called Act Naturally.
Yes.
Which was a cover of, of Buck Owens' song. Buck Owens originally did that. So he loves country music. Ringo is a country music fan. So I bet you he would do that song because he had a hit with that with the Beatles.
Yeah.
And it has country roots to it. So he will make his Opry debut on February 21st. So we'll find out then. And that is what I have for you this morning in Music News. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment and wrap up our show. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, which you give away tomorrow. You got to have it. We'll get it next.
that I can the sweet stuff.
You're
can
picking up on
taste a
sweet.
little.
You're
more
rocking
so
sweet.
than anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in that says sweet is the last taste to be lost, even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging. This
That's why
is
old people
only-
love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's
Oh.
grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Kathy,
I can
so
taste
that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
Oh, well, good for you.
So,
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
chocolate
yeah.
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston. You're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should
Listen,
set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find one or two things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
You know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go
yeah.
away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
so
the
eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes, or are you just
I'm
perplexed
not like a
by it?
huge fan. I think it's might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth's.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's
Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's
spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait, look.
So we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never. Well, we have met many times.
All right.
Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what
I'm a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to like...
Yeah, just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. Wait, I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. She would, and she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a
It's
heartbeat.
cinnamon.
Oh,
It's just
God.
straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah, nothing. Even after you know, it doesn't you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sipperoni and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It
alcohol.
doesn't taste anything, but I feel like maybe is
Like
it
vodka?
Like a vodka
Yeah.
or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. She can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that, because as you, outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no, what's funny is, because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house and, he knows what I like to drink and he didn't have it. And I go, what is this? He goes, it doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine.
Thunderbird.
When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give them the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
Jason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something for this.
11!
Let's see.
There's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl.
back.
She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if
Okay.
So I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
it. Smell it.
You can smell it. You can smell it.
Do you smell something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys. usually,
no, I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right. A big scowl on this one. We don't. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a
All right.
sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay.
Wow.
Any, but it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah.
3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. We've been there before. Hate myself for loving you. And Joan Jett and the Black Harks. Harks. I said Harks with a K on the end there.
I like that.
Joan Jett and the Black Harks.
You still got Michael Barkann on your brain.
That must be it.
Yeah.
Bark.
It's a hybrid of that and
At the
Gersbarks.
10:52 as we were coming to the end of the show. And I'll go ahead and thank Mr. Michael Barkann for being here. Philadelphia Sports Writers Association Bill Campbell Award winner. He receives that award tonight.
And he deserves it.
And I trust his opinion, and he thinks the Birds are going to win this weekend. He had a lot of great reasons why.
Seemed very confident.
And it was nice chatting with him. And he does this new thing where he interviews us for part of the segment, which was great.
It is kind of fun.
Yeah.
He asks good questions.
Really nice to meet Taylor Misiak and her husband, Tony Yacenda.
Yeah.
We know Tony. Tony's from Philly. He's been here a bunch of times, and he directed American Vandal, and he's done a bunch of stuff. And right now he's got the show coming out with Glenn Powell, and it's called
Chad Powers.
Chad Powers. The name is similar with Powell and Powers. I keep forgetting that. But that's not out until the fall. It's on Hulu. Looks really cool. And Taylor is on a show called Going Dutch with Dennis Leary, and the 3rd episode airs tonight at 9:30 on Fox 29, and they live here part time, so they
He's very happy to hear
live
that.
in the city.
And
yeah,
she's fallen in love with Philly. She says
I've fallen in love with her. She
She's
was
wonderful,
adorable.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy for those guys, and it was nice to have them come by. And then we chatted with our buddy Nick Murphy and Mr. Paul Ritchey, and they have written an Audible book for Disney called Mickey and Friends. No Escape.
Escape, yeah.
Is Escape from No Escape. So it was really cool.
You told me the title of the next one, 50 Shades of Mouse.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Why not?
It's going to be wild.
So nice having those guys by. And then Ryan Shuttleworth came in our studio.
I've heard that numerous times. Hello, friends.
Hello. And we said, where's Pierre? And you said?
Well, he's taking a last-minute, not-so-last-minute trip. So he's like, oh, dear, I should probably book this trip. Oh, dear, I should probably book this trip.
That seems Pierre-ish.
Very Pierre-ish. But we got it together. He's just headed back home to San Francisco for the long weekend. So.
All right. And so you're Pierre today.
God help us all.
God.
You're Pierre tomorrow, of course. That is.
No, that's the other thing. So Ray will be in tomorrow. So I'm confusing the hell out of everybody.
All right.
Who's in tomorrow?
Ray Koob will be in.
Koob. Yeah. All right. Well, let's do the letter of the day and we'll find out what's going on. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in excellence.
And we will give away tomorrow $500 from Paramount Pictures, and it's from the movie Better Man. The true story of Robbie Williams. Better Man's based on the true story of the meteoric rise, dramatic fall, and remarkable resurgence of British pop superstar Robbie Williams. And it's in theaters everywhere now from Paramount Pictures. So what are you doing today?
So we'll get to the planner, get some education in, and the workforce blocks. Speaking of the Eagles, we'll get to the band version of it. We'll do a block of them. Blink 182 and the 3 great beards of ZZ Top.
I love it.
Nice.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. And also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, full day tomorrow. No sad bro for all. We will have the saxophone player who just played at the Eagles game. He played the national anthem last week, got rave reviews. It sounded wonderful. His name is Vanya Sax.
Yeah.
And he's bringing his sax with him, and he's going to play a little bit in our studio tomorrow.
Got to be good luck, right?
Yep. And we also have comedian Ben Bailey. You know him from Cash Cab.
Yeah.
He's in town. Our good friend and comedian Jake Matera will be in studio. We will have the connoisseur segment and Kathy's seasonal depression activity.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, she's got a bonus list of activities for you to participate in to kick the winter blues. It's going to be wonderful. So that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.